How do I sound? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Right now.
Calling in? How do we get them on? How do we
Well,
get them on?
it should
I'll
be on
see you
Zoom.
in roll call.
Welcome, everybody, to the open session of Richmond City Council before closed session. Please, roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Bana is absent. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here?
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay.
Can
Mayor
you hear me?
Martinez? Yes. Mayor Martinez is joining us via Zoom.
What's wrong with mine here?
And
And
for
he
the
needs to
record,
acknowledge, I'm sorry, he
Okay,
needs to
just
acknowledge if there's anyone in the room with him 18 years or older, and then let us know what your relationship with that person is, please.
There's no one in the room but my wife, Liz Watts, will be coming in and out periodically to take good care of me.
Okay.
thank you, and acknowledge that Councilmember Bana just got here. Madam Clerk.
Okay. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Wu versus City of Richmond et al., Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Item C2 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. There's one case. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. There's one case. Let's see,
Any public comment?
We have one speaker joining us online that would like to address the council.
Okay, I have Karen Becker. Karen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Karen Becker.
I did not intend to speak, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there are no more public speakers.
Okay, if there is no more speakers, the open session before the closed session is closed.
Adjourn.
So Claudia, tomorrow, you'll have to use your key to get in your badge because the city hall is closed. It's Juneteenth.
Test, 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 test. Do you hear me? Hello, hello. Test, 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 test. No? Test. Do you hear it, Vic? Victor? Do you hear? Test. Hello? Hello? Test. Nothing? It works in the room, but it's not working out here. Test 1, 2. Hold on a second.
We can hear you. We're good.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Pay attention up here, please. So this goes very smoothly. My name is Mauricio. I'm the sound engineer. I'm not the moderator, but I'm just letting you know about the audio stuff. I got everybody's attention up here. This microphone is so you can talk to the meeting over there. The camera is right here. Okay, so when you speak, don't speak up here talking to everybody else. You're going to give it back to them. You need to talk to the camera up here, and I will have a PTZ camera that follows your face. Okay, so if you start talking to everybody else here, you're giving it back to the people that you want to
Test
give
1,
to.
2.
Okay, and that's what
Test
the
1,
other side
2.
sounds like on the other
Test
side.
1,
Okay,
2.
there'll be a moderator right
Test 1,
here.
2.
You can
Test 1, 2.
get your questions over here, and we do that in a proper way. So she'll be here pretty soon. Okay, I'm just a sound guy. Don't ask me any questions about anything.
This is the other microphone? Yeah, they're all open. Okay. Test 1, 2. Yeah, that was him. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, why don't you do this? I don't know.
I'm in yelling.
Let's make sure this works. Something's wrong. Test 1, 2. This microphone. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2. This ain't working. None of these mics are working.
What handheld is that? Is that 2?
Test 1, 2, 2.
What's going on? Isn't that how it's supposed to be? I don't know. You were here. I know, and I don't think you did.
We hear it in here. I don't hear it in there. Everything up. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
That's it? That was 2, we go 4.
Test 1, 2.
Get a ticket, they get to come in. If you don't have a ticket, you get let back in. You go to the bathroom and don't have your ticket with you, you don't get let back in. If you're standing up and don't have a seat, go outside. You're not allowed to be in here anymore. You're gonna have to go to the overflow. Third time's a charm? All right. See if I get interrupted by the voice from above again. All right, so I just want to make sure everybody understands. All right. Only folks in seats will get a white ticket. Either the firefighter here or the police officer back there will give them out. If you're going to exchange and you want people in the other room to come in and be able to be in here, you're going to have to pass off your ticket. No more entrance into this room after you do that. Anything else?
Did you tell them that if they don't have a ticket, they're going to be asked to leave?
Yeah, if they're not sitting down, they're going to be asked to leave.
All right. Jesus. I feel like a fucking...
Eric got off easy.
Huh?
Eric got off. Sorry about the mess. Don't let me forget that that one's here.
Test 1, 2. Test 1. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patrick Seals, and I work in the city manager's office, and so I will be helping facilitate those of you who wish to speak.
So what you're hearing is the auditorium talking to the people in there.
I don't know if we can figure a way to.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is a city council meeting, and we are going to start with the Richmond Housing Authority. I am chairing this meeting due to Mayor Eduardo Martinez's sickness. He will be joining us through Zoom, but since he's not here in person, I will be chairing this meeting as vice mayor. So we are going to start with the Richmond Housing Authority, and the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Robocall.
Commissioner and Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner, Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Chair and Mayor Martinez. Mayor Martinez, are you with us? Not here. Oh, he's here. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, we have you now.
Okay. I guess I just need to speak louder.
And Tenant Commissioner
Sorry.
Scott, Tenant Commissioner Scott is absent. Next item on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the Executive Director.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, buenas noches. Good afternoon. My name is Gavino Redondo. Just wanted to have a brief report that the Contra Costa County Housing Authority right now has affordable housing openings on wait list that close on June 27th. The Richmond Housing Authority here will be supporting applicants to apply on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. here in the first floor of the Richmond room, and we will pass out flyers and leave some outside, and we will email that to you also. Thank you.
Any question? No?
Our next item is agenda review.
Is there any changes on the agenda? And this is the Richmond Housing Authority agenda. Hearing none.
Okay, our next item is approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar. We need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
Second.
Okay,
we have a
roll call.
Oh, sorry. We have a motion by Councilmember Commissioner Zepeda, and then we have a second by Commissioner and Councilmember Willis. Is that correct? Commissioner and Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
and Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is item M, is the Joint Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council budget. And that item is to adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 24-25 Richmond Housing Authority budget with total estimated revenues of $4,319,879 and total estimated expenditures of $4,671,805 and 57, and approve an RHA subsidy from the City of Richmond General Fund in the amount of $351,926 and 57, which will provide sufficient revenue to match anticipated expenditures and balance the RHA budget to $4,671,805 and 57 in estimated revenues and $4,671,805 and 57 in expenditures.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Jimenez, and members of the RHA Board, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. I would like to start by acknowledging the work that staff has done to supporting the Housing Authority. We have, in past fiscal years, provided in excess of $1 million in subsidy to the Housing Authority, and I really want to thank Nanette Beecham, Gabino Arredondo, and Rita Martinez for their leadership and diligence. And this evening, when they go through the presentation, you'll see that the proposed subsidy for this upcoming fiscal year for 24-25 is now down to $351,000. And so just really want to note that we've had a remarkable turnaround with the Housing Authority, and we greatly appreciate your ongoing commitment to building affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Okay, CRT, could you please pull up the PowerPoint? Next slide. Next slide. So the city clerk was able to read the recommended action. We have come here since 2019 to be transparent related to the subsidies that are needed to balance the budget for the Richmond Housing Authority. Like the city manager stated, in 2019, we started over a $2 million actual subsidy that the city provided. And this year, we're happy to report we were able to get it to $351,926.57. We count all the cents. We also like to report that we've had a full staff, so we've had 5 positions filled, which before used to be a challenge for us. So we've been able to have a successful year and look forward to the next year, and we think this budget will keep that momentum going. Next slide. So our revenues for the Richmond Housing Authority are mainly broken down by the HUD's operating subsidy that we get and the HUD capital fund that we get. And they're broken down by AMPS and what we know more as lay terms, the actual developments. So Nevin, Nystrom, Richmond Village, and we get funding for that. We also get a capital fund to do improvements that are more long-term improvements. And a percentage of that we get to transfer to other budget line items to be able to balance some of the needs of the capital fund. The next main revenue source are tenant rents. We're happy to report that tenant rents also have increased. And so that means we're having more occupancy, also any other payment plans, or when people have done their budgets, we've been able to collect rent at a better rate. And the next revenues is our operating transfer in, Hacienda asset repositioning fee. We still have money that we got through that transaction. And then we have other revenues like repayment agreements. So mainly our revenue comes from those sources. Our proposed expenditures for next year, the majority is always personnel. So we have the 5 FTEs that are broken. Next slide, please. Our personnel. So for the 5 positions, it's broken down by salary and wages and the benefits. Our next major expense are operating expenses related to the 2 offices now that we run, relocation payments, and also getting hotels and things like that when we have to move a tenant for habitability issues. We also have housing commission fees, copy machines and things like that. Our next expense is professional and admin services. This also, one of the major costs in these line items are temporary staffing that we get to help with the unit turnover activities and legal services. Next slide. Our other main expenditure is equipment and contractual services. Pest control supplies from HD Supplies, HVAC, basically a lot of the things you need to run these residential units. Another expense are grant expenditures. The Richmond Village revenue that we get is a pass-through, and it goes to them directly after they do their calculations. So that revenue enters here, but goes directly to Richmond Village. Property insurance, that also has gone up in the market. Utilities, that has gone down because we no longer manage Nevin Plaza, so that's another savings that we have. And then cost allocation charges. We also have a capital outlay also related to rehabilitations and operating transfer out, which is the money that goes to the other funds to be able to balance. Next slide. Next slide. And I know we were recently here in February for mid-year. The main changes to our FAR's asset repositioning is that phase 3 of construction has started on Nevin Plaza. There's also for the phase 2, that's a partial completion and people are returning back to their units. And for Richmond Village, today in your consent calendar, you approved us to be able to apply for the Section 18 application. No changes for Hacienda. An exciting thing about Nystrom Village is the RFP is out. We hope to get it back in August 4th. So back from recess, we hope to be able to start selecting developers for Nystrom Village. So far we've had about 55 downloads of the application. And so we hope, that's also fruitful. And I'll also create an email that I'll pass out to the board members in case you also want to, we also want to share it to other folks. And our last update is related to our finance updates, which Rita will give more detail.
Good evening. I will share with you a financial update as it pertains.
Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry. I'll be sharing a financial update as it pertains to the FAR's asset repositioning. Big update pertains to the financial audits. As we've shared before, 17 and 18 have been completed and issued. We are working on our final audit with our previous auditors, the 2019 audit. We have the financial statements that have been completed and issued. The data has been submitted into the HUD system by city staff and is now awaiting approval on the auditor's review. We have also the 2019 MOIC and required communications. Those drafts have been reviewed and staff has returned it to the auditors with the management responses. We should be getting a response back from that at the end of this week. We also have a 2019 single audit. That data has been submitted to the auditors as well, and they are finalizing a draft now and will be forwarding it over to their partner for review, still in the auditor's control. We also have the 2019 component units for Richmond Housing Corporation and the RAD LLC audits as well. And so those drafts have been approved and submitted by city staff back to the auditors with no changes, and we should be getting a response back on that one this week as well. So the goal is to complete these audits with our previous auditors by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th. And we are simultaneously working with the current auditors, with the city's current auditors now, Downey Associates, and they're starting with the 2020 audit, and we will be providing the data requests on their portal, currently providing the data. And so any communications that they have, I'm working with them with any questions, any data requests, so that we can keep moving along smoothly. And that's it.
Next slide and final slide. So the recommended action is, as the city clerk read, which the main component is to balance the budget for the Richmond Housing Authority for the next fiscal year, is to approve a subsidy of $351,000, $926.57. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Any question from the commissioners? Commissioner Cepeda?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Quick clarifying question. Thank you for the report, and thank you for bringing this forward. You mentioned a rent increase. Can you clarify, were we increasing their rent, or is it just that we're getting more people paying into it, so we're getting more in the rent bucket?
Yeah, we're getting more rent compliance to pay the fees of any Richmond Housing Authority client only pays 30% of their income towards rent. So if they have more income, they pay more. If they have less income, they pay less rent. They get recertified every year, and at any point, a resident could come to look at their income. But we had more compliance. We've also Like we reported before, we rehab 10 more units. So we have that. And then also during COVID, we did have some rental assistance programs that people took advantage of that they paid the Richmond Housing Authority back.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that because it sounded like we might have upped the increase. I was like, I think we're going the wrong direction. So thank you for that. Also, one of the line items, you were renting a truck. Can you tell us a little more about that truck? Why are we renting it instead of buying? It's a pretty expensive rental.
From what I understand, it's $1,000 a month. That includes, mechanic works and tire works. And so that's basically what Doherty charges us. And so we've been asking the capital fund if we could actually get a truck under the capital fund for next year, but we still have to get that approved because the truck might be only used for capital activities. But we also have to do day-to-day work orders. And so instead of having two trucks, if we have one truck with if we pay through operating, we might have less restrictions than if we pay with capital fund.
Thank you. So is that one truck or two trucks?
One truck.
Okay, maybe we'll touch base later, but this says $23,000 for the truck.
It's from what I remember, it's basically $1,000 per month.
And maybe the comma was placed in the wrong place?
Yes.
We could check.
I don't know, because the items are all together,
Yeah,
so
we could-
maybe
yeah, we could check.
I'm reading them incorrectly.
Director Zepeda, those are good questions. Another reason, as Interim Executive Director Arredondo was mentioning, is that staff have to provide different services at different sites, and the HUD funding is very restricted. And so when he said regarding the capital fund, he has to get HUD authorization to change it. And so that's what he was mentioning, that we can't just unilaterally decide. We have to get concurrence with HUD to try to purchase the vehicles, and so that's what staff are working on.
Okay.
But I could give you more detail on the truck.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, so I have one question, and it's always about the audits. So we are, what happened with 21, 22, 23, 24?
Right, those will be reviewed by the current auditors, but we just have to go in order. So they're starting with the 2020 year, and we'll move forward with them as long as we have them in contract.
I appreciate the work, and also saying that we are still behind, so we need to move so we can catch up and get that out of the state auditors list, right? So is there any deadline for finishing then? That like you can provide to City Council? You don't need, is there a deadline for when the city actually is going to be finishing with this and be okay?
We've talked with our current auditors, and we are going for a timeline of at least two audit years each year. So we're trying to do more than 1 year. If we can, 3, but to be realistic, we're going to shoot for 2 audit years per fiscal year.
So that means in 2 years we will be catching up. No, well, in 3 years.
Then we'll be caught up with the city.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
There's
Okay.
also another area that we've been caught up on, which is the unaudited. Besides turning in the official audit on the HUD site, we also have to turn in the unaudited, and Rita's work for us to catch up to year 2022. So 2022, in the unaudited audit, we've been able to catch up on the system for that.
Okay, thank you. I realize that I cannot see Mayor Eduardo. Is he raised his hand? Okay, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, you can tell me when he raised his hand. Like,
I believe he just raised his hand.
Okay.
Mayor,
Awesome.
would you like to make a comment?
I would not. I was just testing the waters.
It works. It works.
Yes.
Thank you for doing that. Okay, so we need a motion to move this item.
Speakers.
I'll make.
I'm sorry. Before we do that, we want to hear from the public. Thank you.
Okay, we do not have any in-person speakers, and I do not see any hands raised. I already checked with the auditorium. There are no speakers there, so we can move on to the motion.
Okay, so now, motion.
I'll make a motion to move the item.
I'll second.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. You have a motion by Cepeda.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cepeda and second by Commissioner Scott. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Okay.
What the heck happened here?
Commissioner Councilmember Bana.
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Cepeda.
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
And Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So now we are starting the regular meeting of Richmond City Council. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
A statement of conflict of interest. Anybody here has any conflict? No? Okay, so agenda review, is there any, I believe we want, there is one item that we would like to, it has been moved to next meeting, next council meeting, and is item under human resources, W5A.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it will be,
So that's
it won't be
continued?
on consent calendar, it will be a presentation.
So it'll be continued to
Continue
the
to
25th,
25th.
6/25.
Any other agenda review?
Yes, I do have some. Okay, we're going to forego items T, and that's the report from the city manager, and items U, the reports of officers, because we have so many speakers for
Yeah.
the
Okay,
refinery item.
okay,
And
thank,
also, item W1A was pulled from the consent calendar by the public. And it will go at the end of the agenda.
okay. Oh, if that is a item that can be discussed quickly before, or,
It's a settlement agreement with Point Melody Alliance with North Coast Rivers Alliance. Yeah,
That's the item on the agreement awarding attorney's fees. So it could be discussed quickly.
okay, so can we put that after open forum? Okay, thank you. So thank you, everybody. So now open forum for public comments.
Wow, that came quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so open forum. Open forum is the opportunity to give the council comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You will be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, we will go to the in-person speakers first, then we'll go to the auditorium, and then we'll do the online speakers. We have one speaker in person for open forum. And that speaker is Cordell Hindler.
Is this right? Is the timer on?
You do your thing.
Yes, I know that.
So good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. I have 3 items to address to you all. So 1, safety, creating a community, a vibrant community, and what else? Revenue enhancements for parking enforcement. 1, I get a lot of feedback from the merchants along 23rd Street, and they are concerned that people, whenever a person they don't feel safe coming down that street because they feel like they're getting robbed. And to me, that's a bad precedent in our community. So that's one. And then the second item I'm bringing forward is if you want to create a vibrant community, have have volunteers, pick up trash, near the businesses. Because I did my duty last Saturday. I picked up enough trash along at Unity Park. If I can do it, any one of the council members can pick up trash because it helps create the community. People want to come down to 23rd Street. They don't want to feel afraid. So I'm doing what I can to make sure that 23rd Street is a good community for people to come to shop, because that's where your money is, where it's going to. And then the last item I'm bringing forward is if you want to create a let me see. If you want to bring in some revenue, install some parking meters, because if you look at the city of Berkeley, they have more they got parking meters outside of City Hall, and from what I'm seeing, that's where your money was coming in, generate some revenue instead of like parking. Have parking enforcement come out here, and swipe the cars because they had been sitting in that spot for 2 hours. So, hey, those are my 3 items.
Patrick Seals, you have speakers in the auditorium. KCRT, we cannot hear the speakers in the auditorium.
We have 6 speakers. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me know if
All
you
right.
can see my timer.
Not yet. Madam City Clerk, we do not see a timer.
Okay, I'll let you know when time is expired.
Okay. So we have 6 speakers signed up for open forum. Those speakers are Rosemary Crawford, Daniel Nathan Heiss, Rosaria Robinson, Mark Wasberg, and Andrea McKelvey. All speakers, please come forward. Rosemary Crawford, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council. You'll stand in front of the mic facing the screen. And the clerk will let you know when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please cease your comments to the city council. Thank you.
Hi, as he stated, my name is Rosemary Crawford Henry. I've lived in Richmond all of my life. My concern is that we pay high property taxes, and we pay for the sewers. We pay for the street sweepers to come through and sweep. For this last month, we had a street sweeper, but the past 4 months, we didn't have anybody come out, and everybody on our block on South 18, we move our cars. And then we got to fight to get our parkings back. I'm also concerned with the bonds that are on there that we had for Doctors Hospital. We're still paying those bonds. Where did that money go? We are also paying for the sewer systems that were not replaced. I think it's unfair to the people that own their properties in Richmond and pay their taxes, because I do pay it. My mother left me the house. It started off at $600. Now it's $2,300. And I think it's time to stop with all the taxes. Thank you.
Daniel Nathan Heiss.
Hello, I'm gonna face this way. You've seen me enough. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Nathan Heiss, and I live in the Richmond Annex. I believe in Richmond. I believe it has the potential to be an enviable economy in the Bay Area and beyond. We could be Zeus, but instead we're Sisyphus. Why? With access to public transportation by ferry, by BART, by Amtrak, by car, our city is uniquely qualified. California, and the Bay Area specifically, is the birthplace of modern technological advancement unlike any other period in human history. There's Silicon Valley, Silicon Beach. Why not the Silicon Shipyard? Why are we fighting against jobs? Why aren't we bringing them here? Look, we can fund public spaces and we can support a healthy local economy. We can protect the environment and we can protect jobs. There's a lot we can do when we work together. And I challenge my neighbors here in this room and across the other side of the city hall to think about why we're not doing it. If we continue to fight against economic development, our city's going to slowly fade away. It's going to fade into obscurity, and our chance to be a benchmark city will be squandered and lost forever. If we don't act now, if we don't act together, we'll be the equivalent of what this room is, a small, crowded, overflow space without public access to a restroom. Thank you.
Rosaria Robinson? Rosaria Robinson? Spurk?
Yeah, my name is Mark Wasberg. I lived in Richmond and San Pablo all my life. On the news the other day, Tony Thurman, who used to be a council member, went down to Los Angeles and was said, "I'm here as a father." He was supporting his terminal care for Johnny to cut off his dick and balls so Mary Jane could cut off her breast. And the city council called him a sexual pervert and try to kick him out. So eventually the crowd was going to go after Tony, so the police got him out. See, this is a bunch of lies. You know, you people on the city council are sponsoring this. You're telling people, well, if Johnny doesn't cut off his dick and balls, he's going to commit suicide. That's a bunch of garbage, and everybody knows it. I worked at Chevron for several years, and I made some good money. And these people on the city council wants to close down Chevron. They want to put you out of work because they're a bunch of no good anarchists. That's what they are. If you want to make a change, you vote them out. And I'm running for city council, and I support all you people here. And that stupid ass Willis, you need to get him out because he's RPA. Everybody on RPA needs to get out. Okay? Believe me, I made some good money at Chevron. I pipe fit, drove the forklift, worked in the warehouse, everywhere. So like I say, you see me out there campaigning, you vote for me, people. Because we're gonna get this piece of crap off the city council. Because that's what they are. They're a bunch of no good anarchist piece of shit.
Any other comment or public comments?
Andrea
Steve?
McKelvey?
Hello. Hi, I'm Andrea McKelvey. I come to talk for the residents of Castro Street Encampment. I was here to let everyone know, I mean, Chevron, they did everything for us. But the people, Vanessa and Jesus, them, they are not helping us out no way. We don't know where the funding went. And it's a lot of people they're putting out, you know what I'm saying? And they were here to help the homeless. And it's a lot of people that were just homeless. They're not drug addicts, but they have drug programs for what? That was not what was supposed to be there to help. They were supposed to be shelter, you know, permanent housing, but they had apparently no reason to help us because we're not getting help. And no case management or anything. They have nothing there for us. And you know, they're supposed to help us with our cars, everything. I don't have a car no more due to them. And it's not fair, you know what I'm saying? They're supposed to help pay for, you know, stuff that we needed to help us get back into society, you know what I'm saying? And what'd you say over there? That's exactly what we were looking for. Where's the money? they said there's no more funding. Why? But where is it?
Thank you. Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, Richmond resident. On behalf of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, we continue to be frustrated by the City Council continuing to ignore the needs of the Richmond residents and businesses on 23rd Street. Important items keep getting discussed late into the hours, as is happening today, making it difficult for the community to engage. It is almost done intentionally to silence hardworking people that are unable to participate in these late meetings. We're also cramped in here in the auditorium. And the city is obviously unprepared for the meeting today. These busy meetings appear to be a Brown Act violation because not everyone is able to participate equally. I wish I was there in person talking to you so you can see the frustration we have on 23rd Street and the rest of the city. So please, we need to do better, and you need to start listening to the community. Thank you.
Final call for Rosaria Robinson. Rosaria Robinson. Madam City Clerk, that completes open forum.
Thank you. I do not see any speakers that are online under open forum.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we will go to W18.
Okay, W1A is to approve a proposed agreement with Point Melody Alliance or North Coast Alliance to settle attorney fees, claims in North Coast Rivers Alliance versus City of Richmond. Contra Costa County Supervisor, Court Case Number N20-1528. For a total of settlement amount of $1,225,000.
Thank you. Go ahead, City Attorney.
Are you ready for the attorney report? So in closed session, we discussed the Wu versus City of Richmond litigation matter, which is listed. Direction was given to the city's negotiators for working on a settlement. With regards to the Point Melody items, which is the Winehaven, the Giddyville, and the North Coast Rivers Alliance, those items were not discussed. With respect to significant exposure litigation in one matter, we gave a staff's report on that. There was no
Excuse me, we put the items W1A, settlement agreement with Point Molari Alliance and North Coast River Alliance. So this is what, since somebody pulled it.
We didn't do S. We didn't do.
You did not discuss.
Oh, okay. Skipped, so.
You did not discuss those items.
Yeah. And maybe right after you give your city attorney report, you could give the report for W1A?
Please.
Okay, to move that up and give that report, okay. So with regards to the item that is listed as C3, which is litigation in one case, that was not discussed either. So we only really discussed two items, which was the Wu litigation matter, and then there was a status report of the exposure to litigation, and there was no direction taken on that. With respect to W1A, this is a settlement agreement in the litigation on the environmental issues concerning the Point Melody project. There were litigation matters by both Point Multi Alliance and also North Coast Rivers Alliance. Those environmental actions proceeded. The city won in the trial court, but on appeal, they prevailed on several environmental issues. As a result of that, they were entitled to an award of attorney's fees. They submitted claims for attorney's fees. which amounted to almost $3 million with enhancements and so forth. We negotiated with the parties and worked out a settlement agreement on the attorney's fees, which is stated in the agenda report with a settlement amount of $1,225,000, and that was split between those two parties. The money is to be paid within 60 days, and that concludes the exposure to litigation in those items. When you win a sequel lawsuit, you're entitled to come back and recover your attorney's fees. You have to go through a process with the judge to get there, but in this case, we worked out a settlement agreement with the parties.
Thank you. Any question from the council? Say no. Any public comments on this item?
Excuse me. We have one in-person speaker. And Patrick, if you have any speakers, please let me know. I see one speaker online.
And
to
this
address the
is for
council on this.
W1A.
This is for W1A. If you're not here for W1A and your hand is raised online, please lower it. We will get to item X1 right after this item. We have Don Gosney.
Sorry, good evening. This is another one of those times when one of your constituents rises to tell you what they think. You remember what a constituent is, don't you? It's the people you swore to represent, not the people in your close circle of friends and political associates. It includes those people who actually disagree with you. Bear with me as I lay out a little framework about my comments. Just about 11 months ago, our city attorney reported that in the previous 12 months, the council had spent, and please forgive me if the number is not exactly accurate, in the neighborhood of $28 million in legal fees. That's about 11% of our budget. And tonight, you're expected to wave your hands and saddle your constituents with another couple of million in legal fees. Something that people need to consider is that this very large expenditure was placed on the consent calendar, a device used for innocuous items like approving the minutes and the acknowledging that this is Don't Spit on the Sidewalk month. People don't pay attention to consent calendar items, so it's easy to sneak things by the public. Another thing to consider is that along with paying the attorney fees for the other side, we also paid what is likely to be a similar amount to our own legal team. Just a reminder to our city council, this isn't your money. You're reaching into the wallets of the people you're supposed to represent to argue your own agendas. This is taking food off of the tables of the thousands of poor people here in Richmond. To put it in perspective, what that $28 million could have purchased, let's put it in terms of traffic calming, the election buzz phrase of the summer. That would pay for more than 6,200 speed bumps. That's at least 8 speed bumps for every street, lane, and cul-de-sac in Richmond. If my thoughts are worth anything at all, let me just suggest that before you open your collective mouths, wave your collective hands in the air, or pass a vote, ask yourself, what's it going to cost we the people? It seems that almost every time you meet, you do something that gets us sued or you're filing a lawsuit against someone else. How come we never seem to hear about the lawsuits we win or the legal fees that we're owed? If you have to do this, bring your own wallets to pay for it. An old adage from the 60s used to say, get your hands out of my pocket. Just as relevant today as it was back then. Thanks.
There are no other speakers.
Okay, there is no other speakers. Any comment from council member? Council member Robinson and then council member McLaughlin.
So just a question, and maybe this is for the city manager. Can you clarify what fund this payment will come from? Is this coming from the general fund that we pay for pavement and things like that, or is it coming from a different source?
Because this is related to litigation, settlement, I believe it's coming from the cost pool and the risk reserve.
Yeah. Can you quickly explain what the risk reserve is for the public so they understand?
Sure. Actually, I was corresponding with staff about this evening. We set aside funds to help offset the cost of litigation, claims, the rent for the Civic Center, fleet, the cost of essentially shared services. So for example, staff that are internal to City Hall, for example, HR, IT, City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, Finance, and those costs are charged back to the department. So ultimately, the funds do come from the general fund, and they are, when we present the budget this evening, we're planning to get into more detail about that, but ultimately they do roll back to the general fund from those other sources.
And if I could just add to that for clarification, it's not that the council just rolls over and pays out money. As I indicated in the presentation, the claims that were made in court were 3 times what we paid out. So we did negotiate that downward substantially. And the other point is that the 26 million, was not a 1-year set of legal payments. When I reported on that more than a year ago, that it covered 3 to 4 years of time.
Yeah, and so just one more comment/question, and that is, just to clarify this correctly, there was a lawsuit that was brought against the city regarding the environmental report, correct?
Yes.
And then we lost that lawsuit, correct? We lost. The city lost.
We actually won at the trial court on all grounds, but then it was appealed, which adds more expense. You're right, we did not initiate it. It was initiated by another party. And in the appeal, the appellants did prevail on a couple of the issues, but which ended up upsetting the whole judgment. So
Yeah. So in the end, we lost on the appeal.
yes,
And therefore, we were liable by law to pay their attorney's fees, which would have been many multiples of the amount that was presented today. So we lost on appeal, the city lost, and we would be liable to pay many multiples of the 1.2 million that was negotiated. We would have to pay like more than that if we did not negotiate with folks and to get it down. So we negotiated with them to get the amount that we would have to pay by law, the lowest it could possibly be, and that's what we have in front of us today. The lowest we could possibly pay, given that we lost the lawsuit, and the law says that when you lose, you have to pay the legal fees. So this is not us just throwing money around or anything like that. It's because we are actually have to be responsible to the law, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you to Councilmember Robinson for that explanation, which was well stated, and I would like to move the item.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay.
Thank you. So we are moving to new business, and the item is X1, or,
We need a motion to approve
oh,
the
I'm
consent
sorry.
calendar.
We need a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
CC calendar. Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you, and because I see a lot of people here, I want to make sure that we don't delay the item that I for sure many of you are here for. So we are in new businesses, and the item is X1, consideration of an oil refining business license tax ballot measure for November 5th, 2024 election. Madam Clerk, can you read the item?
Under new business, item X1, is to adopt a resolution submitting the proposed oil refining business license tax ballot measure to the voters at the November 5th, 2024 general election, and authorize the city attorney's office and staff to finalize any necessary documents relating to the ballot measure.
Thank you, and I believe we have a presentation, so thank you. I will pass it to the presenters.
And may we make an announcement?
Okay, so we want to see how many public comments we have, because then based on that, we will have to make a decision on how much time we allow each public commenter.
So in person, we have 74 speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, you need to raise your hand at this time. We do have speakers in the auditorium. I'm not sure about that number. Patrick, do you have a number?
35.
We have 35 in the auditorium. And I would like Jess Ward to make an announcement in regards to translation.
Okay. El próximo tema de la agenda es el número X1, que es consideración de una medida electoral sobre el impuesto a las licencias comerciales de refinación de petróleo para las elecciones del 5 de noviembre de 2024. Si necesita traducción para este tema en español y se une a nosotros en línea, por favor presione el globo que está en la parte de abajo de su pantalla a mano derecha y elija español. Si necesita traducción para este tema en español y está aquí en la reunión en persona, tenemos traducción disponible aquí en el cuarto número 1 de la Cámara del Consejo si quiere pasar. Gracias.
And each speaker will be allowed up to 1 minute to make your statement.
Thank you. So with that, I will let the floor to the presenters. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, members of the public. My name is Shiva Mishik. I'm Chief of Staff to Richmond Mayor Eduardo Martinez, and I'm really just sitting here in support and to play point with.
Great. Good evening, Council and the public. My name is Carrie Guerin. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an attorney with Communities for a Better Environment Action, in partnership as well with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network Action. I believe we have a presentation to pull up. Thank you. And while I'm saying thank you to the city clerk for helping the city run, and thank you to the translation staff for making sure that the meeting's accessible to folks here. So again, I'm with Communities for a Better Environment Action, and here in partnership with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network Action. We're two environmental justice organizations rooted here in the community of Richmond. We've been here organizing for decades, advocating for a safer, healthier community, and we're very appreciative for your time tonight. But it's not just us, that we are backed up with a dynamite legal team from Struenwasser and Wucher who have worked with us on the measure. We're also very grateful to have worked closely with the city attorney's staff over the past month, as well as the mayor's staff. And so many thanks to all those within the city who have made this possible. I'll go on to the next slide, please. To explain the flow for tonight's presentation, we'll recap all that happened on the May 21st meeting. It seems like there's quite a bit bigger of a crowd tonight, so catch folks up. And then we'll go through the Richmond refining business license tax. And we'll do that in a section by section way, breaking it down. That way we're all on the same page together before pulling out some additional details from the ordinance, which of course are attached to the agenda as well, and then closing the presentation. It's my understanding then that we'll do public comment after that, and then I'll be around for questions and answers from the council after that. Go on to the next slide, please. And so the proposal here is born from the city's need for new revenue. And we draw this conclusion from a number of sources. That includes the 2022 State Auditor's Report that detailed the need for the city to balance its budget, which, of course, may be done by raising revenue. Just a couple months ago, on the April 16th, 2024 agenda, there was another presentation about the port and an audit conducted there, which describes additional fiscal challenges and needs to address to ensure the port's viability. And then just last month, on May 7th, the draft annual operating budget noted a $34 million gap between budget requests from existing city departments and available revenue. And those five-year forecasts predict that it will get worse and that it will be impossible to balance the budget without new revenue. So we'll go on to the next slide, please. And so the Richmond refining business license tax presents opportunities, including to shore up this city's fiscal position even further, making progress, or rather continuing the progress that this council's begun to make. The city could save reserves for future economic disturbances to maintain future public sector employment. The city could also seed new industries to reduce economic and tax-based reliance on any one industry, reflective of blue-green New Deal proposals. The city could also, of course, use new revenue to mitigate the many negative impacts of refining, and we'll begin to detail those on the next slide. So those negative public refining impacts include environmental impacts. In 2023, the refinery here in Richmond produced an average of 25,000 pounds of hazardous waste each day. In 2021, the refinery released 37,722 pounds of toxic chemicals into surface waters. The February 2021 oil spill underscores additional risks. And those releases impact wildlife and the communities that depend on our local ecosystems, such as the Laotian fisher communities. Groundwater may also be affected by pollution as contaminants seep downward into aquifers. And as sea level rise now pushes toxic groundwater upwards, those toxic substances might find their way into basements, a broken sewage line, and then be vaporized and breathed in by humans and others above the ground. I'll move on to the next slide, please. And so all of this impacts public health in a number of ways. The refinery here in town alone is the single largest source of particulate matter. And the Air District, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, connects the refinery's particulate matter emissions with 5 to 11 premature deaths in Richmond each year. Other effects of particulate matter pollution include infant mortality, cancer, and traumatic mental health effects related to many of these conditions. Richmond's asthma rate is at the statewide 90th percentile, and it gets worse the closer that you move to the refinery, with fence-line neighborhoods in the 97th and 99th percentile, meaning that their asthma rate is higher than 97 to 99% of other California residents. The healthcare impacts associated with oil refining broadly in Contra Costa County are estimated to be between $70 million and $140 million each year, and that comes from federal EPA figures. Move on to the next slide. And so refinery emergencies are Richmond emergencies. The 2012 explosion needs no reminding in this room, but it did injure 6 employees and send 15,000 Richmond residents to hospitals seeking medical treatment. The November 2023 flaring incident right before Thanksgiving logged more than 100 air quality complaints to the Air District. And these incidents and future ones like it strain public resources, including the fire department here in Richmond, but also increase stress and wear and tear on other public systems, including with the increased vehicle traffic on roads. Next slide, please. One slide that was not included in May 21, but I've inserted here, contains additional negative public refining impacts. That includes odor and noise issues from the refinery, including at the Long Wharf, which impact city residents. Property values are depressed by the presence of an oil refinery, studies show, which in turn naturally reduces the city property tax revenue. I also want to emphasize that workers are vulnerable in the oil industry, and that's due to its business model and the volatility of the industry. And so there are a number of examples that highlight this point, including the local example of the Martinez Marathon Refinery that announced that it was closing overnight and fired many of its union workers. When it later reopened as a biofuels facility, it did not hire those union workers back. And that's just the course of business. Other cases, like the Philadelphia PES refinery, closed suddenly after an explosion. And refinery workers there, too, were left wondering where their next paycheck would come from, without the ability to depend on the industry to protect their livelihoods. I'll also close this particular slide in noting that the local oil refinery in its public annual report noted that no provisions are made for exit or cleanup costs that may be required when petroleum refining ceases here at the local oil refinery. That then leaves the city at risk to shoulder those burdens in the future. I'll move on to the next slide. And so to sum up these negative public refining impacts, there are many impacts that are tied to and scalable to refinery operations. That's to say, the more oil that's refined, the more pollution that's emitted, the more that the environment and public health are impacted, with costs borne by the city. The more refining that occurs, the higher the risk that emergencies are to occur, with costs, again, borne by the city. And thus, the city may impose taxes proportional to these many impacts. I'll go on to the next slide, please. There is a provision of the California Constitution that allows the city to take an action just like this one, Article 13C. Local governments can generate new revenue in the form of a general tax or a special tax. And that's an important difference for us to understand tonight. General taxes go to the general fund. Special taxes, on the other hand, may be restricted for special uses. In other words, special taxes can be earmarked for particular programs. General taxes must go to the general fund and then be allocated by the city council through the annual budgeting process, conducted, of course, in this chamber with many folks who are here tonight showing up again. Another key distinction is that they differ in how they're established when referred to the ballot by the city council. The general tax requires a 50% voter threshold. Special taxes, where you get to designate special uses, require a 2/3 voter majority. So for that reason, we're proposing that the tax be a general tax going to, let's see if folks remember, that general taxes go to the, all right, we'll work on that, the general fund. Go on to the next slide, please. And so the proposal tonight is the Richmond Refining Business License Tax. But a paragraph can be a little dense. So we'll move on to the next slide where I formatted it slightly differently to give a sense of where we're going to go now for the rest of the presentation. We'll take it section by section to understand it, but I'll read it in full now and then at the close. And so, to fund general city services, such as clean air and water treatment, roads, parks, fire and emergency response, toxic land cleanup, and improving community health and youth services, and for general government use, shall the measure establishing a business license tax on the privilege of conducting oil refining in the city of Richmond at the rate of $1 per barrel of feedstock refined in the city of Richmond, providing approximately $60 million to $90 million annually for 50 years, be adopted. Great, let's understand that section by section. We'll start with the next slide. So to fund general city services, the Richmond Refining Business License Tax is a general tax. Cities may raise tax revenue through general taxes or special taxes. We all just learned this together. Special taxes, of course, may have restrictions on how the revenue is used, but general taxes must direct their revenue to the general fund. All right, we're getting it. So, the Richmond Refining Business License Tax would direct all of its revenue to the general fund. And as noted, the City Council would then allocate and spend the revenue raised as it allocates and spends the general fund now, and in accordance with any rules and restrictions that the city has for the general fund. I'll move on to the next slide to begin to give some examples. So from the measure, such as clean air and water treatment, roads, parks, fire and emergency response, toxic land cleanup, and improving community health and youth services, and for general government use. And so the Richmond Refining Business License Tax, you don't have to join me in this one, as a general tax will direct its revenue to the general fund. Now, with that said, general tax ballot measures are allowed to give non-binding examples of what the city could spend revenue on. This helps educate voters about what general government use is. But I want to be very clear. The listed examples are not binding. The city is not required to allocate any new revenue towards these examples of general city services. And there may be other examples too that the city thinks is important and wants to spend the money on, and as needs evolve here in the city, and that flexibility is baked into a general tax. One example might be developing a worker retraining program for future economic transitions. I'll move on to the next slide, please. To begin to get into some of the details here of how this thing would operate. And so shall the measure establishing a business license tax on the privilege of conducting oil refining in the city of Richmond. The tax proposed here is an excise tax on the privilege of conducting oil refining. I want to be clear, this is not a use tax, this is not a sales tax, it's not an inventory tax, or an ad valorem tax. This is an excise tax. Okay, well, does that really help us? An excise tax is a tax that's paid during the manufacturing process. It's to say it's not paid by consumers, it's paid earlier on in the commercial chain. There are plenty of other examples, including ones that the city currently has on the books. But I'll note that the county's marijuana tax operates as an excise tax based on the square footage in a marijuana grow. The city and county both have hazardous waste facility taxes based on the tons of hazardous waste received. And Measure U here in the city, the gross receipts tax, is another example of an excise tax. We were doing pretty good with the general fund, general tax column response. Let's see if we have one more. So the Richmond Refining Business License Tax, or rather the Richmond Refining Tax, is paid by oil refiners, not consumers. Let's see if we got it. The Richmond Refining Tax is paid by oil refiners, not consumers. All right. No worries, we're all good on the rest there. Now, this slide begins to, this final line begins to introduce what we'll talk about on the next slide. But I do want to foreground that a barrel of oil costs between $70 and $100, but it's fluctuated to be as low as even in the $30 range in 2022. And so a $1 increase on refining costs per barrel that already cost and fluctuate between $70 and $100 is a modest, reasonable tax. And with that, we'll move on to the next slide, please. But not without discussing two other measures that folks may be familiar with. I'll begin with Measure T back in 2008. Measure T was another tax on activities at oil refineries, and that was approved by a majority of Richmond voters in the 2008 election. Measure T was subsequently challenged in court and the tax was ultimately struck down the next year in 2009 for two reasons. The first is that it lacked an apportionment mechanism. Apportionment refers to the process by which a taxing jurisdiction, like the City of Richmond, adjusts or reduces the tax liability that they impose on a taxpayer based on the taxes that the same party would pay for the same activity in other jurisdictions. The second reason that Measure T was struck down was that it was structured as a tandem tax, where the basis for liability, which is to say the amount that the taxpayer would have to pay, would be determined by assessing whether the first basis or the second basis would generate more revenue. Generally speaking, tandem taxes that kind of have that either-or calculation are treated a lot more, they receive much stricter scrutiny by courts. Now, the good news is tonight, the Richmond Refining Business License Tax has an apportionment mechanism, and it is not a tandem tax. And so neither of the issues with Measure T are reappearing here tonight. We'll move on to the next slide to discuss one more measure that folks are familiar with, which is Measure U back in 2020. Measure U was approved by Richmond voters in 2020, and it changed how business taxes in Richmond are imposed. And so now under Measure U, as folks well know, businesses must pay a tax on their gross receipts. The Richmond Refining Business License Tax would be separate from and additive to Measure U. Case law, which is to say the courts, have come in on this question, and they are firmly 100% on the side that says that multiple excise taxes, like Measure U, plus the Richmond Refining Business License Tax, are completely permissible. There is no legal issue whatsoever with Measure U and the Richmond Refining Business License Tax, both applying to a taxpayer. Furthermore, I'll note that the Richmond Refining Business License Tax is justified by those many unique impacts that we noted earlier the refining sector has on the City of Richmond and its residents. And so I'll note too that that's a very common arrangement in other taxing jurisdictions to place higher tax burdens on industries that have so many negative public impacts. And I'll pick up with the Richmond refining tax on the next slide. So at the rate of $1 per barrel of feedstock refined in the City of Richmond, providing approximately $60 million to $90 million annually. Wow. And so tax liability is based on feedstock volume, not feedstock value. What are we getting at here? So feedstock volume refers to the amount of material that goes into the refinery for refining. And it's based on the volume of that feedstock, not on the value. So the price of oil can go up, the price of oil can go down. None of that will affect, at least directly, the tax liability owed, because tax liability under the Richmond refining tax is based on the volume of feedstock, which is to say the amount of material that goes into the refinery. Now, over the last 7 years, the refinery has processed approximately 60 million to 90 million barrels of feedstock per year. And so, at $1 per barrel, the Richmond Refining Business License Tax could generate $60 to $90 million annually. In the future, any refinery in the city would report its feedstock volume on a quarterly basis, with record inspection available to the city, and pay the tax quarterly. I'll note too that I say any refinery in the city. The tax is not written to single out a particular actor. Rather, if the refinery were sold, for example, to another oil company, the tax would apply equally to that new refiner. Much like if a second refinery came to town, the Richmond refining tax would apply also to that second refiner. I'll conclude this slide in noting that the city tax collector would reduce the tax liability in accordance with any constitutional apportionment requirements per guidelines that their office will develop. And we'll recall that that's a throwback to the Measure T slide. But with that, we'll move on to the next. So for 50 years, the Richmond refining business license tax would automatically expire in 50 years. But as voter approval is needed for its establishment, the voters of Richmond may also undo or modify the tax through a separate future ballot measure. The City Council, according to the ordinance, may also modify certain provisions in the future, but not the rate, I'll note. So that $1 per barrel would require voter approval for it to change. Now, that future ballot measure that could undo or modify the tax, that could be council referred, as this one could be, or sent to the ballot by signature gathering for a petition. I'll move on to the next slide. Be adopted. What's the roadmap here? So back on May 21, we spent the evening together going over the first presentation when the council unanimously gave direction to the city attorney to bring this item back to council. And so here we are tonight, where the council could vote to place this on the November ballot. November ballot, of course, refers to the election on November 5th of this year. And as a general tax, there's a 50% plus one voter threshold for its passage on election night. Tax liability would begin on July 1, 2025, and it would automatically expire 50 years later on July 1, 2075. Move on to the next slide to begin to discuss the ordinance. And so in addition to the ballot measure language itself, and recall, those are the 75 words that we read aloud together at the start, that we've been reading together out loud at the top of every slide. Those 75 words, there's more details that are captured in the ordinance, which again is part of the public agenda. So that includes details like implementation measures, such as definitions, late penalties, collection schedules, and inclusion of that apportionment mechanism. That ordinance's effectuation would be contingent upon voter approval of the ballot measure, and the ordinance would be known as the Richmond Refining Business License Tax Act, adding Chapter 13.58 to the Richmond Municipal Code. I'll go on to the next slide. To begin to pull out details from the ordinance. And so I noted that there are definitions in the ordinance. One of those definitions is refining. Refining is defined as making products through processing, redistillation, cracking, reforming, or other processes. There is an example, non-exhaustive list of products or outputs that just help us understand what defining is. But again, that tax liability is based on the feedstock going in. It's less about the products coming out. But those products that come out of a refinery include aviation fuel like jet fuel, lubricants, feedstock for other refining processes, plastics, asphalt, biofuels, or other similar products. And I want to be clear, since it came up in our discussion back in May, the tax would not apply to mere storage on site. Refining a feedstock actually has to occur for the tax to apply. With that, I'll move on to the next slide. To define feedstock. And so, noted a couple times now, but it's worth emphasizing that the basis for tax liability is the volume of feedstock refined. So what's feedstock? Feedstock is what goes into the refinery for processing. Feedstock is defined in the ordinance as including fossil fuel feedstock as well as biofuels feedstock. It's possible that one day the present oil refinery here in town converts to a biorefinery. Biorefineries pose similar negative health, environmental, and emergency impacts as fossil fuels refineries, and their own type of odor impacts, as local examples in Rodeo and Martinez underscore. I'll move on to the next slide. To note the provision for delinquency penalties and interest. So payments are due the day after the quarter in which tax liability exists. So we're going to use the example of the first quarter a number of times here on this slide. So payment for refining that occurs between January 1 through March 31 is due on April 1st. Payment would then be delinquent if not paid on or before the end of the month in which payment is due. So if payment's due on April 1st, payment would be delinquent if not paid on or before April 30th. A delinquency penalty of 10% would apply if not paid before becoming delinquent. An additional 15% penalty applies if unpaid for 90 days past the original delinquency date. Interest, simple, would accrue at the rate of 1% each month or the fraction thereof from the date of delinquency to the date of payment. And we'll move on to the next slide to discuss records. And so the city may issue administrative subpoenas to compel an oil refiner to produce copies of records or allow for their inspection that establish the volume of the feedstock refined and thus the tax liability for the period in question. The city may enter into a non-disclosure agreement to protect any confidential taxpayer information that may be disclosed as part of that process. Now, to inform the public, there would be an annual report coinciding with other financial reports here in the city that, one, attests to the inspection of the relevant records for the basis of calculating the Richmond refining business license tax. Two, states the total annual revenue of the tax. And three, affirms how the funds are allocated, which, maybe we have one more in us, as a general tax would go to the general. All right, we got it. I'll note too in closing on this slide that non-compliance with this public reporting section shall not affect taxpayer liability. And I'll move on to my final slide to again share that tonight is a long time in the making. It's the result of years of organizing of Richmond residents for a healthier, safer community for all folks here in Richmond. Both CBE Action and APEN Action are proud to have been here for many decades, combining all of the tools that we have available to support our members' vision. And again, to note that both myself as an attorney, with Connie Cho, an attorney at APEN Action, with Beverly Palmer and Julia Michelle at Streamwasser and Woucher, and now many as part of the city attorney's office, we've vetted this, we're confident in it, and we're bringing it here tonight because we believe that it can win and that it would survive legal challenge. We care about this community, we're invested in the success of this community, and that's why we're here. But I'll close in reiterating the question before the council tonight, which is whether or not to ask the voters, in turn, this question. To fund general city services, such as clean air and water treatment, roads, parks, fire and emergency response, toxic land cleanup, and improving community health and youth services, and for general government use, shall the measure establishing a business license tax on the privilege of conducting oil refining in the city of Richmond at the rate of $1 per barrel of feedstock refined in the city of Richmond, providing approximately $60 million to $90 million annually for 50 years, be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think before we go to council's question and comments, I would like to call for the public to make public comments first. And remember that it's going to be a minute because we have a lot of residents engaged in this process. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to our in-person speakers. We currently have 74 speakers. As I call your name, please line up. Just line up here in the chambers.
And we are
so
going
we
to
can
call
move
first
quickly.
the ones at the chambers, then the ones at the auditorium, and then,
Right, and then
the Zoom
online.
meeting.
So if you're online, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, first group of speakers. LaJohn Reese, Jim Hellis, Isaiah Zeker Masala, Dante Gaines, Patrick Scott, Kevin Taylor, Jason Christensen. Please come forward. First speaker is LaJohn Reese. You have a minute.
Good evening, everyone. How you all doing? My name is LaJohn Reese. I'm a Richmond resident, born and raised, lifetime, come up in the Santa Fe neighborhood. When we talk about this tax thing, what's going on, I do a lot of work with Greenwood Academy, with the underserved kids and the troubled kids inside the school. And for the last few years, Chevron have really been supporting the things what we do for the ECI grant and helping us get our funding. So with that being said, I understand what goes on in the community. There's many people here, maybe they understand what goes on in the community, maybe they don't. But in regards to the text measure, I want to ask a question. Have the question been asked to the community members out there in the Santa Fe neighborhood? Now, I'm out there, every day in the Santa Fe neighborhood, and I don't see nobody coming out there asking what's going on, especially our community centers, our neighborhoods, and everything what's going on out there with the park on 2nd Street, what is the park on 6th of Virginia. And I think the funding what we need to continue to help our community grow, I think Chevron plays a big part in helping
Time is expired, sir.
Say it again?
Your time is expired.
Vote no for the tax.
Jim Hellis. Jim Hellis.
Good evening. I'm going to assume that's me. I'm Jim Hollis, Hollis.
Yeah, looks
Thank
like
you very much.
Hellis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for having this meeting and bringing some voices in from the community. My name is Jim Hollis, and I'm the Executive Director of Calculus Roundtable. We're a nonprofit organization that does work with troubled youth and underserved folks in our community. I helped write the city My Brother's Keeper initiative plan through the Obama administration, and I've been working in Richmond with 10 schools over the last 7 years. Chevron has been a very big supporter of education in this community. They have allowed us to grow from serving 6 schools in the Richmond area to 40 schools in the Contra Costa region. They have been supportive of Juneteenth and many cultural exchanges that happen around the community. And I also have not seen any of these people in the community centers that I work with every day with students. So please reconsider this initiative
Your time
to help
is
our
expired,
community
sir.
grow.
Isaiah Zeker Masala.
Hi, good evening. I'm Asiya Zakir Masala. I'm a Richmond resident and also a Chevron employee. I stand before you today as a proud Iranian American whose American dream has came into fruition thanks to Chevron. I started my Chevron career fresh out of college, and I moved to Richmond Refinery. What I have seen from Chevron is the company's commitment to the environment, safety, and the communities that we operate in. In my current role, I oversee a team of people to safely plan and execute maintenance activities to ensure we're meeting all state and local compliance requirements, while also undertaking projects such as modernization that have improved our facility to deliver cleaner energy to our community. Our commitment to the community is unwavering. Chevron supports local jobs and invests in programs focused on education, health, and economic development. They encourage employees to give back to the community. As an immigrant and a woman engineer, I'm passionate in giving back to the girls in STEM. As an Iranian American, Chevron has empowered me to break barriers and succeed in a company where diversity is not just welcome,
Your time is
but
expired.
celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Dante Gaines. Dante Gaines, followed by Patrick Scott.
Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick Scott. I'm a co-founder of 100 Years Enterprise, and I represent the city of Richmond, along with ECI grant. The ECI grant gave us the ability to teach and be in the schools, to be conflict mediators. And without the ECI grant, we would be able not to be able to do the work that we do in the city of Richmond. And Chevron has been very instrumental of pledging and making sure that we able to do the work. I don't see no one in this building, or should I say it, have supported us. We've been working in Richmond for the last 5 years, and no one has came down and supported us. And Chevron was very instrumental in supporting us and helping us do the work in Richmond by helping steer these kids from making early death decisions. And we work in Greenwood Academy. So without their support, we wouldn't be able to do the work that we do for the city of Richmond. And I think that's very important as we sit here today. Thank you.
Dante Gaines?
No on the bill.
Is Dante Gaines? Okay, thank you. Kevin Taylor, followed by Jason Christensen.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Taylor. I'm a Chevron employee. I've worked at the Richmond refinery for 30 years. I began working at Richmond refinery in 1995, working as a contractor and hired on with Chevron in 2013. I'm a turnaround maintenance coordinator. Working at Chevron makes me truly feel I am helping them provide the ever-growing cleaner energy our local, state, and national communities depend on to get to work, receive goods, be able to go to the grocery store, and purchase food by means of their packages, food, and goods being shipped by air, land, and sea. I'm most proud of volunteering for the local community. I've bagged toys at a local fire department to be handed out to children for Christmas. We have an extreme focus on the safest way for performing work to keep all workers and the community safe. Sacrificing safety is not an option. If reducing emissions is a goal, let's work together to invest in projects that will have a true impact at reducing emissions and create job opportunities for the community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Christensen, and will the following individuals please come forward. Greg Bosworth, Sandrine Rafael Castro Chavez, Richelle Sansar, Catherine Lee, and Harshit. Jason?
Hi, my name is Jason Christensen. I'm a team lead in the operations group here at the refinery, and I want to clear up a couple misconceptions. Claudia Jimenez, you were recently quoted in KQED as saying, quote, "We are proposing to make sure that we continue to advocate for such a big business with billions with a B, of dollars to pay their fair share to Richmond." So it's a bit of a misconception. I want to clear it up. To suggest that Chevron Richmond Refinery is the same as Chevron Richmond Corporation would be like dismissing the Richmond city budget issues that we spoke of earlier as the same as the California budget with hundreds of billions of dollars. It's kind of a misconception. To clear that up, I want to talk about two things quickly. Refining profits in this industry are much smaller than upstream profits where oil gets taken out of the ground. That's not a Chevron thing. That's conserved across the industry. Chevron Richmond profits are not anywhere near that magnitude that was quoted in the article. Now, with that in mind, it's clear that this tax would make it prohibitively expensive to operate. And listening to the discussion here tonight, it's clear that the real motivation behind this tax is a backdoor way of closing the refinery doors. With the city has already on a budget problem and receives a large fraction of your total budget from one of the few remaining manufacturing facilities
Your time
the
is
city
expired.
used to prosper from. I think we can work together.
Your
and so
time
far,
is
Richmond hasn't
expired,
been
sir.
invited. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Greg Bosworth.
Good evening. My name is Greg Bosworth. I'm the Chief of Emergency Services and Fire Chief for Chevron Fire Department. A minute isn't enough time to address what I don't necessarily believe to be factual information. I have a 31-person paid fire department. We work very diligently to maintain a 70-person volunteer fire department adjunct within our facility, and we manage all primary emergency response, fires, medicals, spills, you name it. We partner very closely with the city of Richmond, both their fire department and the police department, and we have mutual aid agreements with them, yes, for potential scenarios that could impact the community, but those agreements go both ways, because do remember the Sims fire? Deal Auto Wreckers and New Star, because it was industry that partnered with them to put those fires out and get your folks out of that shelter-in-place condition. We are here to collaboratively to protect your community and protect the environment, and have done so since 1912.
Your time has
Thank you.
expired. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rafael Castro. I am a North Richmond resident, and today I want to remind everyone what happened in August 6, 2012. About 15,000 people had to seek for medical care. At the age of 13, I had to figure out a way to make makeshift filters for my house because there was chemicals seeping into my house. I had a 2-year-old sister that had health issues already. So I want to encourage the city council and really put urgency in this ballot, or this initiative being on the ballot for November. Thank you.
Sandrine. Our next speaker is Sandrine.
Hello, my name is Sandrine. I'm a proud teacher, kindergarten teacher here in Richmond, and I'm here on behalf of United Teachers of Richmond, and we're proud to endorse this measure. So I'm here today because I love my students with all my heart, and it kills me that my students suffer from chronic absences and are losing their ability to learn. Absences are affecting our district really, really badly, and this is really taking away from their ability to read at the appropriate reading level, among many other things I don't have the time to explain. And so children who grow up in Richmond are admitted to urgent care for respiratory issues at triple the rate of kids across California. Chevron CEO would rather take a 12% raise to make $26.5 million a year than to put a tiny portion of their profits into the community's hands.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richelle, followed by Sansar. Richelle.
Hi. My name is Rochelle Ledesma. I am a small business owner in Richmond and a member of APEN. I'm a neuromuscular therapist and strength coach. So what I do for a living is help people become resilient in their bodies through exercise and through body work, holistic health. And if a child makes a mess, it's only right that they clean up after themselves. We are taught that at a young age. It's only right that these big oil companies take responsibility in the mess they have been leaving and the risk they have been putting on the health of our communities. I want to see the Polluters Pay initiative pass because a clean environment is a minimum living requirement, and we'll be able to build up our communities to give everyone a better quality of air in life. I want to be able to go to work, to the farmer's market, walk the Richmond Marina without having to fear toxic air. The negative impacts from these big oil companies should reflect in the tax they should pay back to Richmond. Thank you.
Sansar. Sansar. Okay, thank you. Katrina Lee.
Hi, City Council. My name is Catherine, and I'm someone who grew up here in Richmond. I'm a longtime resident who was born at Doctors Medical Center, and I graduated from De Anza High School. And growing up here, I've seen time and time again the harms that big polluters like Chevron have caused to my community, from the frequent flarings, the 2012 refinery fire, and the recent oil spill in 2021. And my little sister, who's only 13, has had to suffer from asthma since she was a literal baby. While these big polluters are making billions of dollars in profits, they do this at the expense of our community's health. According to an EPA estimate, refineries in Contra Costa County are costing residents between $72 to $140 million in healthcare costs. We're the ones that have to pay out of our pockets for the harms they cause to our health and well-being. So I'm here today in support of putting this tax on the ballot because it just makes sense that these big polluters start to pay more for the cost of their pollution and wear and tear on this city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harshit, and followed by Brendan Dawkins. Brendan Dawkins, who is Jose Luis Bastida.
Hello, everyone. My name is.
Hold on one second. Alma Gutierrez, Blanca Ratano, Todd Osterberg, Orrin Wakefield, and Luisa Lara Suente. Okay, please come forward.
Okay. Sorry for disturbing you. Hello, everyone. My name is Harshit, and I'm a youth who frequently spends time in Richmond. I'm in full support of this tax to make polluters pay. Even though I'm not old enough to vote yet, I'm counting on City Council tonight to give Richmond residents the chance to vote on this tax in November. And I would love to see funding from this tax go towards parks, open libraries, emergency services, and spaces for youth. Thank you.
Brandon Dawkins.
Good evening. I'm Brandon Dawkins. I'm the Vice President of Organizing for SEIU Local 1021, the labor union that represents the Richmond City workers, the workers who help maintain the streets and clean the parks and make sure that we keep Richmond running. We'd like to express our support for the Polluters Pay resolution and urge the council to vote yes tonight to refer to the measure on November's ballot. Richmond families deserve much cleaner streets, free from debris, trash, water flooding, all in our yards. They deserve better libraries that are open on the weekends and community safety and crisis response programs. I've heard people say that this tax is supported by special interests. However, but the only interests we got are making sure that the city have enough revenue to fund critical programs and keep people employed ahead and plan ahead for big transitions. In closing, please vote yes to support the Polluters Pay and measure to tax oil refining and fund workers so that the community don't have to.
Jose Luis Abastida.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jose Luis Abastida. I'm with the Service Employees International Union, SEIU 1021. We represent the workers who run this city. And with that, our members are janitors, librarians, street maintenance workers, and city workers. We strongly support the Polluters Pay resolution and urge the Council to vote yes. Richmond's families deserve cleaner streets, accessible libraries, and robust community safety program. This small tax on the big refineries can fund these essential services. Instead of helping the community and paying their fair share, the refineries are threatening their own workers. Imagine how they will continue to treat the community. Please vote yes in support of the Polluters Pay measure. Thank you.
Alma Gutierrez.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Soy Alma Gutiérrez.
My name is Alma Gutierrez.
Soy miembro de Access.
I'm an ACE member.
Y tengo 25 años viviendo aquí en Richmond.
I've been living here in Richmond for the past 25 years.
Tengo una hija de 21 años.
I have a daughter who's 21 years old.
Ella a los 4 meses.
She, at 4 months age,
empezó con asma.
Started with asthma symptoms.
Hasta ahora que es una joven de 21 años.
Until now that she is 21.
En el 2016 me detectaron cáncer de mama.
I was also detected under having cancer,
¿De mama?
Breast cancer.
Etapa 3.
3rd stage.
Y cuando terminaba mi quimioterapias y radiación.
When I finished my chemotherapy and radiation.
En el 2017.
In 2017.
Me detectaron cáncer de tiroides.
I was diagnosed with cancer of the thyroid.
Ahora entiendo que fui afectada por las explosiones de Richmond.
I know that I was.
KCRT, will you please give me one more minute?
Okay.
I know that my health has been impacted due to the contaminated air I was breathing
que hubo en la refinería de Chevron.
from Chevron.
Si logramos pasar esta medida por medio de esta junta,
If we can pass this measure to get it on the ballot through this council
en noviembre,
in November,
los votantes de Richmond
the voters of Richmond
podrían votar
will be able to vote
para los fondos de impuestos de Chevron,
so that we can get Chevron to pay funds
sean para servicios de emergencia,
for emergency services,
reparación de calles,
street repair,
¿de calle dónde estoy? ¿De calles? Y de los trabajadores. Quisiera saber cuántos de los trabajadores que trabajan en Richmond viven aquí en Richmond.
I would also like to know of the folks who are in the room who represent Chevron, who all live in Richmond.
No estamos en contra de ellos.
We're not against you.
Es una Chevron.
Your time has expired.
Thank
Chevron
you.
is a corporation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blanca Retano, followed by Todd Oysterberg. Pardon me? Blanca Retano. Guess she's not here. Okay. Todd Oysterberg.
Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to speak out against the proposed oil refining business tax. Let's cut right to the heart of the issue. The tax was conceived by activist groups embedded in the city's political structure as a means of deflecting the issue away from their mismanagement of the city's finances and place that issue at the feet of their favorite political target, Chevron. All this proposed tax will achieve in the end is to spread the financial woes of the city of Richmond's failure to manage its own finances to the entire Bay Area through the increased costs of fuels and lubricants. I've personally seen how these sorts of taxes play out in practice when I worked in Hawaii. And in short, they don't improve the life for residents or the environment, and in fact, they often result in the opposite. To me, the issue comes down to a basic concept. In the words of the prominent African-American economist and social philosopher Thomas Sowell, since this is an era when many people are concerned about fairness and social justice, what is your fair share of what other people have earned? Thank you.
Orrin Wakefield, followed by Luisa Laura Suente. Orrin?
I'm in the other room.
Ma'am?
Yep.
There you go.
So what
Okay,
I'm
wait.
hearing tonight is that
Patrick, we're not in the auditorium yet. We're still in the council
The speaker
chambers.
is here.
Orrin Wakefield.
The speaker is
Well,
here.
Mhm. Go ahead, Patrick. Go right ahead, Orrin.
Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to say some things that I've been hearing tonight is that Chevron's doing a better job managing funds for the community than the Richmond City Council. So I think we're much more active in the community than the Richmond has been. And I echo the previous speaker's concern that just shelling out more money, going to a general fund that you can spend it on whatever you want and change your mind at any time is probably a bad idea for the community. So on the health issues, we have some of the cleanest air in the entire country and actually the world. So I'm not seeing the nexus between these health issues and our air quality. We also monitor our water better than probably any industry due to compliance with all the state and legal laws. So I'd like to see some evidence of this nexus between a lot of the issues that people have said at their health.
Our next speaker is Luisa Lauren Suente. Nope.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing me out today. My name is Luisa Lara Cuente, and I'm proud to have dedicated nearly a decade to the industry. Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to work for several employers. However, none have displayed the level of care and dedication to the community and employees than Chevron does. I have confidence in both the members of the City Council and Chevron, and I believe that by working together, we can find a more effective solution than imposing this tax. Let's join forces to safeguard our jobs and community. Please, thank you. Protect us all.
Our next group of speakers, Christine Frost, and as I call your name, please come forward. Elsa Stevens, Karen Duran, Martine Johannesson, Kayla, Aisha, and Christina. Please come forward. Kristen Frost.
Thank you. Council members, I stand before you today to express my opposition to the proposed tax and show my support for Chevron. I'm a third-generation Chevron employee. My mother was raised right on South 16th Street, and I spent my childhood playing at local parks and swimming at the plunge. I've worked at the refinery for over 12 years in our process safety group, ensuring that our safeguards that help protect not only the workers of Chevron, but the environment in this community are in place and functioning. I'm proud to work for Chevron. I'm proud the way Chevron supports this community and the opportunities that it gives us as employees to give back through volunteering at local nonprofits such as GRIP, the Food Bank, Milo, and our school districts. Since I've hired into Chevron, we have made lasting contributions that help meet the community's needs, and have donated over $48 million to nonprofit organizations that support workforce development, homelessness issues, local school STEM education, and our community's youth. I urge you to not place this on the ballot. Thank you.
Elsa Stevens. Elsa Stevens.
Elsa Stevens, Richmond voter, CBE Action member. 5 to 11 people in Richmond die each year from particulate matter 2.5. Because of this, we need a public hospital. Our firefighters need an airplane. Our schools need indoor gymnasiums and filters so that our children can breathe freely as they learn. Polluters threaten to sue. When the Air Board forced them to cut particulate matter by 70%, big polluters joined forces to sue the Air Board. Now polluters have to install more wet gas scrubbers, hire more people to run them, plus pay fines for 315 law violations. Chevron's 2023 profits were $21.3 billion. That means 1 million times 1 million, 21 times. A few million more each year will not break our neighbor. Let's make polluters pay this coming November.
Karen Duran. Karen Duran, followed by Martine Johannesson.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Karen. I live and work here in the city of Richmond, and I organize with communities for a better environment action. I'd like to thank the Richmond City Council for considering this proposal, and I am in full support of this tax on oil refining. A polluter's pay effort is important to me because I am raising my daughter here and hope to root my family here for future generations. She deserves to have access to clean air, water, and parks. This proposal to me allows voters to vote on a tax oil refining in November is a start to hold those that cause harm accountable. By passing this, you'll give the citizens of Richmond their own autonomy to choose a better Richmond, to put words into action. Let's be that example for a fossil-free future, not only for our residents here, but the whole Bay Area, and inevitably all of California and the United States. Thank you so much.
Martin Johannesson. Martin Johannesson. Martine Johannesson.
I'm in the overflow room.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Martine, and I'm a researcher with Communities for a Better Environment. I'm with CBE Action here in Richmond. Every day I look at data about the public health impacts of Chevron on the local community, and I don't need to reiterate the stats that Elsa, Carrie, and many others have already brought up here. All I need to say is that I strongly support this measure, and City Council should put this on the ballot for November. Thank you.
Kiela Uchoa.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kayla, and I'm a youth worker in Richmond with CBE Action. Every day I worked with youth in Richmond living on the front lines of the refinery who suffer from astronomical asthma rates. Chevron has a predatory relationship with young people in Richmond. They infiltrate our communities, our schools, and our organizations to make them think that they're a good neighbor. As frontline residents and workers in Richmond, we know they've been harming our community for over a century. Chevron made $21.3 billion in profit in 2023 alone. The revenue from this tax would be $60 to $90 million annually, which is less than half of 1% of their annual profits. Listen to me, less than half of 1% of their annual profits. They can afford this tax. They don't want to pay it, and they're using their workers to fearmonger tonight. They can afford it to do right by our community, by our frontline families, and by their own workers.
Aisha Abasi, followed by Christina.
Hi there, I'll be taking Aisha's spot tonight. My name is Issa Flores-Jones, and I work here in Richmond. I'm here to strongly support the measure to invest in the health and safety of the entire community by making big polluters pay for over a century's worth of health and climate damages. As folks have shared, as you've heard a couple times tonight, Chevron makes $21.3 billion a year. They can afford this little tax. Last year, the refinery violated clean air regulations 315 times. According to an estimate from the EPA, refineries in the Contra Costa area cost local residents between $72 and $140 million in health care costs. So I'll repeat again, this company can afford a measure to fund essential services. Big polluters can do that, can afford that measure. And if Chevron is so committed to the community, then they shouldn't worry about paying for public services that benefit all of Richmond. Please vote yes tonight to make polluters pay so that we don't have to. Thank you.
Christina. Last name is L-I-V. Okay, not here. Next group of speakers, please come forward. Andrew Perino, Daniela Dickey, Teresa Matthews, Israel Leon, Ken Worth Just Chafin, and John Paul.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andrew Parvino, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I work as an electrical engineering lead at the Richmond refinery, and I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposed oil refining tax. This tax, if passed, would have a direct impact on Chevron's ability to deliver affordable energy to the citizens of Richmond and greater Northern California, and would send a loud message to business interests that Richmond is not a friendly place to do business. I see a lot of signs around the room about Chevron needing to pay. Since 2015, Chevron has contributed $2 billion to the local economy as the city's largest taxpayer. It is the second largest taxpayer in Contra Costa County, second only to PG&E. Additionally, the company has given $48 million to nonprofit organizations and $35 million in local college scholarships during roughly that same time period. This does not even count the investments made within the refinery gates, where significant improvements have been made around our refinery emissions. In fact, those have been reduced by 40% since 2018. No tax is without consequences, and this tax would be no different. Thank you.
Daniela.
Hi, my name is Daniela Dickey. My entire career has been here at Chevron Richmond since 2017. I'm also a Latina and proud to be a Richmond resident in a predominantly Hispanic neighborhood. My husband also works at Chevron Richmond, as do many of my closest friends who are here in this room. I'm an engineer and currently work as a strategic planning analyst. Since the day I started working at the Richmond refinery, improving our safety and environmental performance has been at the core of every single decision I've been a part of. The proof is scientific and clear. Richmond has reduced particulate emissions by 36% since 2018. As a Richmond resident, being a community partner is also so important to me. I'm so proud to work for the largest employer in the city and the one that has contributed over $2 billion to the local economy since 2015, directly to the people I'm lucky to call my neighbors. I urge you to consider my voice as a Richmond resident represented by this council when I say that this tax would keep Chevron from making the investments needed to continue the progress we've made so far and creating the jobs to do so. I ask you to consider the reality that our goals are actually the same and to partner with us. Thank you.
Teresa Matthews.
How you doing? I'm Israel Leone. I've been a Chevron employee now for 12 years. I'm very proud of it. My son is also a Chevron employee. I grew up in the 90s in a lumber mill family in the Humboldt County where they had similar tax measures like this, where they ended up squeezing that industry out of California. We had empty promises of parks, cleaner streets, cleaner environment, better stuff for our environment. None of that ever came. All that money went to a slush fund. We never saw a dime. People had to leave their homes for their family to survive. I had to leave my home. What's happening here today is not good. We need to find a way to work together so we can all profit together. I strongly am against this measure.
Teresa Matthews.
I'm in the other room. Hello, my name is Teresa Matthews. I'm a resident of Richmond and a proud employee of Chevron Richmond. Andy Waltz, the VP of Products America, said in January, California policies have made it a difficult place to invest, prompting spending cuts and canceling projects. As someone who now works on new projects and trying to see the investments in the community and in the refinery, I'm concerned about this tax, and I'm concerned of what it does for us to make investments in the future. Investments like modernization, which I was able to work on, and I am proud to say that it decreased pollution in the community by 40%. There's a lot of investments that we want to continue to make, and this tax takes money away from that opportunity for us to make the refinery better for the community. Thanks.
Ken Woolgen-Chafin.
Close enough on that one. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ken Wogeschaffen. I've been living with my family here in Richmond for 20 years now. I live just over a mile from the refinery, and I've been an employee there for 20 years in various roles. I also spend many hours a year doing volunteer work in Richmond on behalf of Chevron, including preparing and serving meals at the Bay Area Rescue Mission, working with groups cleaning up areas of the city, which I heard someone mention earlier, and the coastline. I urge you, City Council members, elected officials, to vote against putting this tax on the ballot. Why? Quite frankly, this tax scares me. The Chevron refinery is a safe place to work. If it weren't, I would not work there this long. And one of the biggest reasons for this is our investment in safety improvements in the refinery. The modernization project was one that I was involved in. This tax will actually cripple our ability to continue to invest in and upkeep maintenance of safe and reliable equipment. Basically, this tax will put all of us who work at the refinery, including myself, at great risk. Finally, consider Chevron is Richmond's largest employer. What will happen if Chevron goes away?
John Paul.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm JP Fredalou, assistant operator at the Chevron Richmond refinery, and I oppose the proposed tax on the refinery. One troubling issue with this new tax is that it has the potential to close the refinery, resulting in a significant loss of revenue for Richmond. This would negatively affect schools, healthcare, and infrastructure, leading to further job losses and financial instability. The sign being waved says, "Make polluters pay," so we, the people of Richmond, don't have to. This statement is misleading because if this tax were to pass, the city of Richmond would eventually pay from the loss of revenue due to the refinery closing down. Instead of short-term financial gain through this tax, we should seek long-term strategies for sustainable growth. Implementing and investing in cleaner technologies can mitigate pollution while maintaining the economic benefits for the community. Imposing a tax that can close the refinery would take away more city funding in the long run. Let's work together to do what is best for the people of Richmond. Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Stephen Dole, and will the following individuals please come forward? James Ashcroft, Anthony Vescuccio, Khalil Termani, and Sam Perino. Stephen Dole.
Hi, my name's Stephen Dole. Thank you for the opportunity and good evening, council. And thank you to the speakers that have gone before me for sharing your diverse perspectives. That's what I want to talk about, diversity. I believe in diversity. I believe in the diversity of people, of culture, both visible and non-visible. That's what makes this Bay Area, this city, just wonderful. It's diverse. I also strongly believe in diversity of choice. And I think that's at risk tonight with this tax, okay? I believe in the choice of how we get our energy. I believe in a diverse portfolio. And I think a diverse energy portfolio builds a resilient community and a resilient economy. And so I want to uphold that resiliency tonight. I strongly suggest to not put this on the ballot. Thank you.
James Ashcroft.
Yes, I'm in the auditorium. My name is James, and I'm the business rep for the Iron Workers out of Oakland. We represent 2,500 workers, and we have hundreds of workers that live right here in Richmond and the surrounding cities. Chevron gives our members thousands of work hours every year. So for our members to stay viable and be able to live in this community, Chevron, I'm opposing the tax that you guys are moving forward to keep our workers to make a living wage, and Chevron helps that happen. Thank you.
Anthony Vescuccio.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vescuccio, and I'm a business rep for Local 16 Heat and Frost Insulators. And I'm going to speak in opposition to this measure tonight. The capital improvement projects at Chevron Refinery create countless new careers each year for Local 16 members. These are high-paying middle-class careers with healthcare and pensions. If this tax is imposed, it will reduce the dollars that Chevron will invest into the refinery, thereby reducing jobs for our members and new career opportunities for the next generations. These are the kids of everybody in this community as well as my own. Chevron employs around 100 of my members each year. This is the safest, cleanest refinery that I have ever personally worked in. And just like me, Chevron has no problem paying their share of taxes. However, just like me, and probably like each of you, if my taxes doubled, I'd have to consider some drastic changes that may involve moving where life is more economically viable. Please do not place this on the ballot. Thank you.
Khalid Turkmani, followed by Sam Perino.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. Hola, ni hao. People, community, safety, environment is what Chevron stands for. Taxes, compliance, regulations, permitting, all this stuff is a not partnership with Chevron. It's a lose-lose relationship. My name is Khalid, and I work as a routine maintenance scheduler. And safety is all the things that I know. Before scheduling any work, I have to know all the safety measure is in place. I am forever thankful and grateful for Chevron. Not only changed my life as a refugee here, coming from the regime government of Syria, but they uplift me and they uplift my family because of their support on my education, on the financial situations. I enjoy volunteering for Chevron community, for Richmond community. I do participate on food banks. I do participate on artist disabilities folks on nonprofit organization.
Your time has expired, sir.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Anna Morgan, and will the following
I'm here.
individuals please come
Zamperino.
forward? Hold on, please. Will the following individuals please come forward? I have Anna Morgan, Lika Thomas, Nancy Feinstein, Sue Wilson, Miguel Diaz, Lazuli Trujano, Aloni Chess, Anna Curtis, and Angel Gonzalez, and Ruli Butler. Is this Sam Perino?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I'm Sam
Go right ahead.
Perino. I'm a proud Chevron retiree. What this proposal seems to ignore is that refining is a very competitive business, and $60 to $90 million a year extra cost would not allow Richmond to compete with the Martinez refinery or the Benicia refinery. So I've heard people say, well, Chevron makes a lot of profit. Well, Richmond cannot compete with the neighbors and the other refineries in California with a $60 to $90 million increased tax. So I urge you to vote no on this proposal. The tax that Chevron pays, that Richmond pays, the good work that the employees do in the community is amazing, and I'm very proud of that. And I want to see Chevron continue in this community. Thank you.
Anna Morgan.
Hi, my name is Anna Morgan, and I strongly oppose this tax proposal. I am the environmental air manager here at Richmond Refinery, and I work on the health, safety, and environment team. I care a lot about protecting my colleagues and this community. And we have worked really hard to lower emissions year after year, nearly 40% since 2018. We have a long list of emissions reductions projects that we are in progress right now working on, and many more in the queue. So these projects continue to reduce emissions and create jobs in this community. This punitive tax will cripple our ability to continue these projects and prevent us to invest in more and new projects and limit the number of new jobs that's being created here. This additional tax burden reduces our ability to provide clean, affordable, reliable energy that this community and many other communities need.
Your time has expired.
So please, I urge you, do not put this tax
Your
proposal
time
on the
has
ballot.
expired, ma'am. Thank you. Lika Thomas, followed by Nancy Feinstein.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. My name is Lika Thomas. I've been working at Chevron for 17 years and have worked in Richmond for 13 of those years. I have 3 relatives that have spent significant portions of their career with Chevron here at Richmond and in the El Segundo refineries, including one who was born and raised here in Richmond. I've worked in a number of jobs at the refinery over these 13 years and have always been proud of how employees have worked together to ensure that the refinery runs safely for those of us that work here in the facility and for the surrounding community. It's a type of ownership that comes with being a part of this community and raising their families here. It's a type of ownership that I feel as a Bay Area community resident, and I want to see cities here run in a fiscally responsible manner, not where they are reliant on a corporation for nearly 50% of their income.
Your time has expired, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Feinstein. Nancy Feinstein.
She's not here.
Okay. Sue Wilson.
Hi, I'm over in the auditorium. I want to make an observation that so far tonight, every single person who has spoken against this measure is being paid by Chevron. Every person is paid by Chevron. They are on staff. They are getting time and a half overtime. I'm not being paid by anybody to have the opinion. I'm raising a child in Richmond. I vote in Richmond, and I am so proud of this city council for giving Richmonders an opportunity to decide whether they think Chevron should be paying fair taxes. And if Chevron really was the good neighbor they claim to be, they would want to support the city in this way. So, you know, just take it with a grain of salt. This is not democracy. This is corporate overreach. This is corporate money buying influence.
Miguel Diaz. Miguel Diaz, followed by Lazuli. Okay. Lazuli?
Yeah, here. Hello, City Council. My name is Lazuli Trujano, and I was born and raised here. I am a community organizer here in Richmond with Communities for a Better Environment Action. I am here in full support of the Make Polluters Pay tax initiative. I believe that this tax would be the right path forward to create a healthy and better Richmond. For over 100 years, Chevron has harmed and polluted my community, my family, and the land I call home without any accountability other than a slap on the wrist. If Chevron is a good neighbor, then why have they avoided upgrading their technology for over 3 years and counting? That would reduce PM 2.5 by 70%. If they are a good neighbor, then why are our children still sick? Yeah, I hear y'all. Despite the many Chevron workers that are here shamefully fear-mongering, we stand by frontline workers and fight for their future too. Chevron can afford to be accountable to both their workers and our Richmond community. I urge you, City Council, to stand with the people who have to breathe this air every day.
Thank you. Aloni Chess, followed by Kat Ramos.
Hello, my name is Alani. I'm a longtime Richmond resident, and I organize with Communities for a Better Environment Action. I would like to thank Richmond City Council for considering this proposal to allow voters to support a tax on oil refining this November. This initiative is important to me personally because as a child, my eldest brother suffered from severe asthma. At first, I thought this was something that was simply unique to my family, but I soon learned otherwise. In grade school and throughout the rest of my high school education in Richmond, I noticed that a number of my classmates also had asthma. Kids brought their inhalers to school. Some kids were even worried about playing at recess for fear of asthma attacks. And some kids even had to stay home. As I got older, I realized that these respiratory issues were not unique to Richmond. A Polluters Pay initiative could be a first step in addressing these injustices. I would like to urge to please vote to put the Make Polluters Pay initiative on the November
Your time
ballot.
has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kat Ramos.
Kat Ramos from CBE Richmond Action. The Chevron workers in this room and the overflow room seem to have very short-term memories. In 2022, Chevron refused to meet the demands of striking workers who called for raises, improved health care, and improved refinery safety. After bringing in scab contract workers, the refinery laid off some of the union workers as well. Time and time again, we're seeing Chevron put their profits above people. This tax can help all of y'all get the training and everything that you need in order for you to get the jobs when we transition away from the harmful industries that won't ever let you enjoy your pensions because you're gonna be in the ground with the rest of us from this pollution. I support this measure, I support this tax, make polluters pay so we don't have to.
Anna Curtis?
Excuse me, some folks in the overflow room are saying that they are not letting people to speak. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak. So is there anything happening there that we can
I'm not
prevent?
sure what you mean when they're not allowing people to speak.
They are
So if
not,
they signed up already to speak, then they should be allowed to speak.
okay.
So
Yeah, I'm probably harassed. So we are hoping that everybody has the opportunity to speak and everybody has something to say, that we do it respectfully and just for both sides. I know that this is a controversial issue, but if we go here with respect and with the openness to listen to everybody, it will go a long way. Thank you.
Anna?
Hello, thank you. My name is Anna Curtis, and I am a lifelong Richmond resident. I graduated from De Anza this June, where I painted a student-led mural myself. Through my work as an artist who's envisioning a green and sustainable future for Richmond, I became involved in advocacy with Communities for a Better Environment Action. Growing up in Richmond, the majority of my life, I was completely oblivious to the ongoing battle against exploitation and pollution in Richmond. But with the help of CBE Action, I was able to imagine a future not dominated by extraction or by profits, but by health and community. And I would like to think that's possible. I want other young people in our community to know that it's our responsibility to advocate for this initiative, to hold big polluters accountable and fund the essential services we need to thrive, such as health services, parks, and clean water. Please, Richmond City Council, vote yes to give voters a chance to vote to make polluters pay this November. Thank you so much.
Angel Gonzalez?
Hello and good evening. I'm Angel. I'm a lifelong asthmatic and Richmond resident and an agroecology educator in North Richmond. I'd like to start by pointing out a process issue with the meeting tonight. Many of us saw how Chevron lobbyists were allowed into the meeting early on, allowing them to reserve seats and blocking your constituents from accessing our meeting. This is a double standard. We've seen the impact of the refinery on our health. We've also seen the relationships and expertise we've developed as we work towards a just transition. Nobody knows what's best for Richmond and this land better than we do. Our voice is loud and fine-tuned. We want Chevron to stop leveraging its workers' jobs against our community's health. We want polluters to pay for the negative effects they have on our health. We don't want philanthropy. We refuse to be a sacrifice zone. We refuse to be sacrificed. May this be the first of many steps towards a new and beautiful Richmond, and I'm looking forward to voting for this tax in November. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Raleigh Butler, followed by Navneet, Jane Perry, Kentis McDonald, Timothy Jeffries, Connor Dickey, Jay Peretti, and Thomas Hallman, and Kelly Coleman Jenkins.
Ready? Evening, Council. Raleigh Butler, Council of Industries. I have a letter to you in your packet. Membership and the Board of Directors of Council of Industries have a few concerns with the proposed tax. I'd like to cover those really quickly since I'm down to 1 minute. And then I want to correct something that CBE said tonight. So, first is we're a little surprised that the largest taxpayer and the largest employer in the city was not contacted by the city with a heads up or an offer to get together to talk about what was being proposed. Next is the financial impact. We know this is going to be seen at the pump. We already have the highest gas in California. It's going to go up. Financial risk to the city, you're going to be in a position where you have an over-concentration on your books. And I need to go to the CBE now while I have time. It was said that the tax is paid by oil refiners, not consumers. I'd like to correct that to it's initially paid by oil refiners and eventually paid by consumers. Thank you.
Navneet. Nabanete? Nabaneet. Nobody? Okay. Our next speaker. Jane Perry? Jane Perry?
Tunde,
Press the button.
press the
please.
button.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
My name is Jane Perry, and I'm a volunteer weekly in the Iron Triangle with children and families in outdoor play. It's really important to me that they stay healthy. I'm also a spokesperson for 1,000 grandmothers for future generations, and though we're 1,000, we're actually a 1,600-member organization, and we urge you to put this refinery tax on the ballot, please. And I just want to say to the workers here from Chevron, we stood with you while you were on strike, and we prayed for you, and we are in this together. We hope that everyone in this room, everybody on thinking about the community stays safe and healthy and has everything that they need. Thank you.
Candace McDonald?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Candace McDonald. I am the procurement manager at the Richmond Refinery, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm concerned about the severely negative impacts this tax will have on my community. The refinery spends tens of millions of dollars every year in Richmond and Contra Costa with local businesses. I manage 26 Chevron employees and contractors, and I fear for their future if this passes. I believe this tax is an existential threat to the refinery due to the extraordinary cost burden. I've spent 20 years of my life working inside refineries. I'm in excellent health. I've never had any negative health effects from working inside a refinery, nor have I known my coworkers to have negative effects. If I thought that the refinery harmed my health or other people's health, I would never work there. I believe this tax will kill all of the clean energy investment that this refinery does, just from a basic economic perspective, and it could potentially mean the end of the refinery itself. Thank you.
Your time is expired. Thank you. Timothy Jeffries. Timothy Jeffries.
Good evening, Council. My name is Timothy Jeffries. I'm the international rep for the National Brotherhood of Boilermakers here in Northern California. Speaking on behalf of the nearly 800 members that work in these facilities here at Chevron. I think it's been said earlier before that it seemed like a nice buzzword to say that to have them pay what they're going. A lot of buzzwords have been said tonight, but I think the reality of it is that, as it was said earlier, that the monies that's been, you cannot potentially expect to take this taxes out of a company that not to make for they can, so they're not going to be able to put their future investments into the city here, for one, and for two, that if you want to drive business into the city and not away from the city, these jobs that Chevron provides for members, all the indirect jobs that are affected by them. There are my members that, because they work in these facilities, in Chevron facilities, they're able to choose, if they choose to send their children to private school. That's hiring a teacher. So that's a building trades member.
Your time is expired, sir.
That just hired a teacher. And that's what we want is in direct jobs. Thank you.
Connor Dickey. Connor Dickey.
Good evening. My name is Connor Dickey. I live in the Richmond and have worked in the Richmond refinery for the last 9 years. My wife also works at the refinery, and I volunteer as a member of the fire brigade within the refinery. Imposing an additional and burdensome tax on the largest taxpayer in the city will disincentivize business investment in Richmond, as well as in any energy company investment in the city as a whole moving forward. I personally believe that Richmond and the Bay Area as a whole have no feasible means to quickly reduce fossil fuel usage in a meaningful way and maintain the same quality of life. So measures like this will only result in further tax burdens on the public to subsidize uneconomic fuel options, or even more quickly result in higher energy prices to the public, acting as a tax on the poorest citizens who cannot afford to invest in technology needed to reduce fossil fuel consumption. I'd like to close by addressing Councilmember Bana directly. I spoke with you when you were campaigning in my neighborhood 2 years ago, and your comments about Chevron were brief, but they stuck with me. You said that you felt Chevron was a necessary business in the
Your
city.
time has expired, sir.
and to- Anyway, you said that we should partner with each other, and this is not partnering.
Our next speaker is Jay Peretti. Is it Peretti or Perret?
Perret.
There you
Good
go.
evening, Council. My name is Jay Perret. I work at the Chevron Richmond Refinery in the engineering department, and am here tonight to voice my opposition to the oil refining tax. I am proud of the work that my team and I do at the refinery and for the community. Many of my team members live in Richmond, and we all care very deeply about protecting Richmond residents and the environment. We also care very deeply about the noble cause that our refinery supports, providing affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner energy to our customers, many of whom are Richmond residents. The burdens of this proposed oil refining tax would be to the detriment of the residents of Richmond. The results of such taxes and anti-business policies throughout California are clear: higher gasoline prices, reduced local economic activity, and reduced reliability of energy supply. This tax will contribute further to those challenges for Richmond residents and will further erode the longevity of this important revenue source for the city. I caution you as we look forward to the harmful impacts attached such as this would impose on our ability to support this service for the community, and I ask that you not put this on the ballot this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Hallman. Thomas Hallman.
You said Kelly?
Thomas Hallman.
Hello?
Well,
You
you're
hear me?
standing. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in the overflow. Hey, good evening, Council. My name is Thomas Holman, and I'm a mechanical engineer working in the Maintenance and Reliability Department. I'm against the new tax. I'm proud of the work my team does. So 45 contractor or Chevron mechanics, as well as contractors, do to help support the refinery. I've been with the Richmond Refinery for 10 years and take pride in supporting Richmond, the Bay Area, California, and beyond. When we talk about taxes and what Chevron does for the community, I want to reiterate that Chevron is the largest employer and taxpayer in Richmond. Since 2015, we contributed more than $2 billion to the economy. I want to repeat that. The Richmond Refinery is the largest employer and taxpayer. The tax will lead to cutting jobs and projects that support more reliability. And again, the 45 Chevron mechanics and contractors, I look at them as my extended family. With this tax bill, this is going to jeopardize their livelihood. Please vote no on the new tax measure.
Kelly.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for giving me this time to speak to you and voice my opposition to this tax. I am a Richmond City resident and employee at the refinery in the operations department. When I started with this company, or before I started with this company 13 years ago, I was a single mother of two struggling to make ends meet. My job at Chevron has given me the opportunity to put food on my table for my family for the last 13 years. And I'm super proud of the fact that time and again, while I've worked for this company, I've heard a similar story from so many people. The jobs that this company creates make better lives for the communities that we live in. I oppose this tax because I strongly believe it will reduce our ability to implement new projects and create new jobs to sustain the areas that we work in. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Hughes. And will the following individuals please come forward? Chris Battleson, Zach Ziegler, Tolly Graves, Ernest Lumpa, Mauricio Molina. Mark Hughes.
Good evening. My name is Mark Hughes. I'm the Executive Director of the Industrial Association of Contra Costa County, and I'm here tonight to strongly encourage you to vote no on placing this item on the ballot. I totally understand and appreciate the fact that the city has some major financial challenges, but I think it's unfair to saddle that financial debt on the one single refinery here in the city of Richmond. It just seems arbitrary, and it seems more than unfair. If you want a formula for a city to fail, you take the city and you have the city make decisions and cast votes that will have an impact on the businesses here in town, especially the business that has that generates the most revenue and represents the most jobs. So I strongly encourage you to have a long-term vision of the city rather than short-term benefits. Thank you very much.
Chris Battleson, followed by Zach Ziegler. Chris Battleson.
Yes, I'm over in the overflow area. Hi. So I'm Chris Battleson. I'm the Health, Safety, Environmental, and Emergency Services Manager out at the refinery. I've been with Chevron for 25 years, and I've been all over the country. And I'm really happy to be back here at the Richmond refinery. It's the place that I want to be back in the Bay. And part of the reason is because it is one of the most heavily regulated areas that I've ever worked at. There's nearly 24 employees in my group alone just working on air issues and water issues to be able to maintain the environmental compliance. And also we have to work with 36 agencies with the federal, state, and local every day and every year. So over the lifetime, I'm so passionate about Chevron because they really have reduced emissions by 85%. That's just in the time that I've been here. Our environmental performance improves only when we can invest in the facilities, though. And this tax that we have prevents us from being able to do this. We also need the city of Richmond to really help support these types of projects and help us with the permitting process to
Your
be able
time
to
has
get these
expired, ma'am.
reductions done.
Zach Ziegler, followed by Tolly Graves.
I'm also in the other room.
Go right ahead.
So my name is Zach Ziegler. I've spent the last 12 years working at the Richmond refinery. I started here right outside of college. I've worked as an engineer, ops supervision in our oils planning group, and am currently in operations management. I deal with Chris and her team all the time, working on staying in environmental compliance and making sure that anything that we have running through our units is not impacting the environment or the 100 plus employees that work for me. I've met lifelong friends here. I've spent time on the volunteer fire brigade, fought that Sims fire that Chief Bosworth talked about earlier. Even though I won't be able to vote in November if this makes the ballot, I'm strongly opposed, and I appreciate the time that I can oppose it here. Thank you.
Tolly Graves. Tolly Graves.
Hi, I'm Tolly Graves, the director of the Chevron Richmond refinery, and I could not be more proud of the men and women I work with every day that produce the fuel for 1 in 5 cars in the Bay Area and 3 in 5 airplanes that take off from airports here every day. These men and women showed up to have their voices heard because, as you've heard from many, we are an integral part of the community and a terribly important part of the economy. The business environment for running a refinery in California is difficult, and this tax is going to make it even more challenging. Every one of us takes our responsibility for operating a refinery in this community very seriously. We operate with the most stringent environmental regulations in the world, and we produce the cleanest gasoline in the world. This refinery is a clean refinery. There's more we want to do to invest in this facility to support the community, but we need a city partner who will create policies to encourage the investment necessary and to support these really good jobs you've heard so much about tonight. This tax is the wrong approach. It's both unreasonable and it's out of line in its magnitude.
Our next speaker is Ernest Lampa, followed by Mauricio Molina.
Can you please keep the timer on the screen so I can tell how much time I don't have left? I'm Ernest Lampa. I'm 4th generation Richmond business owner here in the city of Richmond. We love Richmond. We are 100% for Richmond, but the leadership has a lot to be desired. We need to really focus on what we're really talking about here. This is discrimination. I thought Richmond was done with discrimination, but here we are again going against one group. This is discrimination. Are we going to tax the hot dogs that come into the city of Richmond next? Where are we going to stop with this? This is not fair. This building right here we're in, an outstanding building. We can't even have a bathroom over here. There's signs outside the door that say no public restrooms. We're in a multi-million-dollar public building. We have locked doors behind us. If Chevron was running this building, these doors would all be unlocked in case there's a fire. We could all get out instead of going through one single door. So God bless Richmond and God
Your
bless
time is
America.
expired. Our next speaker is Mauricio Molina, followed by Jesus Castillo, Greg Reed, Tolly Graves, you already spoke, Ken Martez.
Good evening. My name is Mauricio Molina. We have heard repeatedly the talking point of Chevron Corporation makes $21 billion in earnings. Chevron owns the Richmond refinery. So why can't Chevron Richmond afford to pay an additional $90 million in taxes to the city? Well, that makes as much sense as saying California's budget is $288 billion. Richmond is in California, so why can't Richmond get an additional $2 billion? The core question with this tax initiative seems to be greed, which reminds me of the fable of the goose that laid the golden eggs, or la gallina de los huevos de oro, en español. A farmer who had a goose that laid a golden egg every single day, but the farmer got greedy and decided to cut open the goose to get all the eggs at once. Hey, he didn't get a single egg inside the goose, and the goose was dead. Seems to me that the proponents of this tax initiative have made up their minds and have their knives ready. So my ask is twofold. Please don't base your decisions on talking points that don't make any logical sense, and please put those knives away and instead think of how to nurture the goose. Thank you.
Jesus Castillo.
Yeah, right here in the overflow.
Okay.
Come on, let's go. So I want to begin with a quote. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Me and my wife were to lead a Bible study tonight for our church, but we had to postpone it because I believe what is going on here is very important. I've been a Richmond resident for all 34 years of my life, 14 years of which I have been employed at Chevron as a contractor, and before me, my father worked at Chevron for 35 years, obtaining the American dream and putting a roof over our head. And through being employed at Chevron, I've been able to do the same and put a roof over the head of my wife of 11 years and 3 children. I was an at-risk youth in and out of juvenile detentional facilities and jails until the age of 21, where my life was radically changed by the gospel of Jesus Christ and his Holy Spirit. I'm an active member of the Richmond community. I minister the word of God in the West County Detention Facility every Saturday. Chevron has played a big part of my life in me serving my family and the Richmond community. This new tax will not help the citizens of Richmond, California, but
Your time
instead
is
will hurt us
expired.
by eliminating many jobs. Come on.
Greg Reed is our next speaker, followed by Ken Martez. Greg Reed.
Greetings, council members. My name is Greg Reed, and I am here today in opposition of the business license tax. I stand before you a proud third-generation son of Richmond by both grandparents, parents from North Side to the South Side Richmond. Both were Richmond orders that attended Richmond High. I'm a grandson of the first Black Richmond Unified School District librarian, Dorothy Jean Baker, of 30 years to the district, nephew to a retired dean of Contra Costa Community College, McKinley Williams, and son of a Chevron Richmond employee, John Reed, of 35 years, nephew of Robert Reed, employer of Chevron Richmond for 15 years, all still breathing in good health. I am proud of the rich history of both my families, the Reed family and the refinery family. My Chevron family has helped so many people by offering gainful employment through the Richmond Occupational Program and emphasizing hiring of other Richmond residents through that effort. It has helped put food on the table through recessions, layoffs, COVID, and now inflation, among many other obstacles folks face trying to provide for a family in 2024. I've worked in various roles within my time in the refinery and have given
Your
myself
time
and
has
coworkers
expired.
who help in the community to volunteer to places like GRIP and all over the
Your
refinery. Thank
Ken, is it Ken Martez or Ken Martez?
Murtis.
Martez. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ken Murtis, Maintenance and Reliability Manager at the Chevron Richmond Refinery. With 26 years in the industry and a degree in civil and environmental engineering, I've worked across Chevron refineries in Richmond, Southern California, and Utah. This proposed tax only targets the Chevron refinery, jeopardizing future investments in the vitality of our operations. This punitive tax stifles innovation that has made California's refineries some of the cleanest in the world. Increasing reliance on refineries overseas, where they're far less regulated, negatively impacts local air quality and only increases greenhouse gas emissions. Our refinery produces most of the jet fuel for the Bay Area airports and operates the West Coast's only base oil plant, which makes lubricants. Outsourcing production of these products and products like gasoline raises costs for those who can least afford it. I urge the council to consider this tax initiative's broader and negative impact. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brady Boswell. And will the following individuals please come forward? Raina Wright, Hamed, Danielle, Brian Peacock, and our last in-person speaker will be Lindsay Crane. Brady Boswell.
Hello, my name is Brady Boswell. I'm a Richmond resident for about 12 years. My girlfriend, she's been in Richmond for her whole life. I graduated from the ROP program, and then Chevron got me. Been working at Chevron for 7 years, and I think this. If you vote for this, I think it could affect a lot of good people's jobs. A lot of Richmond residents work at Chevron. People, I heard earlier, somebody said, "Oh, who work?" I don't hear anybody from Richmond. I've heard a lot of people from Richmond on our side, and I think that if we lost our jobs, it would affect Richmond in a big way. Sorry.
Raina Wright. Raina Wright.
Hi, Council. My name is Raina Wright. I'm a lifelong citizen of Richmond. I am in good health, and I am not paid by Chevron. I'm here to speak against further taxation of Chevron for the reason that it is short-sighted and self-defeating. When you have a well, there's only so much water you can take from it before the well goes dry. Yet some people in Richmond seem to think that draining Chevron to the point that it eventually leaves the city is somehow a good idea. Why? Are there so many good jobs in the city that we can afford to lose the only major employer? Is the city so well off that it can afford to say goodbye to the many millions in taxes that Chevron pays each year? I think the answer to both of these questions is no. Increased taxation of Chevron is not the solution to the city's problems.
Hamed. Hamed. Last name is Eksivi.
Hello, council members. This is Hamed Eksiri. I'm a Chevron employee based in Richmond Technology Center. I'm here to oppose the refining tax. Thanks for having me here. I'm here to share my story. I'm an immigrant. I'm from Iran, like Council Member Bana. I'm coming from the part of the world that every refining, every operation had a big flare. Here in Chevron, we do wonders. We are working on technologies that not only aim to zero emission of any kind, but we also put that emission under the ground. That's the future of energy. I heard a lot of good stories about the past. I'm a diversity and inclusion equity at Chevron Richmond. I'm so proud to work here. I'm Chevron lead for electric mobility and clean energy transportation. So I'm so close to everybody in that part of the economy, and I'm truly oppose this tax. Please don't put it on a ballot. Thank you.
Daniel Vise. Daniel Vise. Okay.
So I'm in the overflow.
Okay.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Daniel Weiss. I've been at the Chevron Richmond Refinery for nearly 5 years. My job, my passion, is safety. Working in Richmond means coming together to make what enables our society. The city of Richmond is steeped in the history of people coming together to make what enables our society. Ford Motor Company was here for decades. The World War II shipyards transformed Richmond. The Richmond refinery remains, but this new tax would bring the city to be very dependent on it for its revenues. We want to continue to make long-term investments in our facility and the community, but we need a healthy business environment from the city to do that. Chevron's profits are not the same thing as the Richmond refinery's profits. Thank you.
Brian Peacock, and followed by Lindsey Crane.
Hello, my name is Brian Peacock. I've been at the Richmond refinery as a contractor and employee for about 16 years. When I first started out here, I knew nothing more than Chevron provided the fuels that fuel our everyday life. My first job out there was working with the Air Compliance Inspection Group, and I literally cleaned process drains and monitored a lot of our equipment for VOC emissions. So I know firsthand how many thousands and thousands of tasks are done every day to ensure we remain in the multiple layers of compliance at this refinery. Over the years, I've seen a lot of positive change. I've seen change for the good. I've seen changes like modernization. I've seen changes that allow us to be more and more efficient and less emissions. The one thing I haven't seen that's done any positive change is any additional taxes that are levied. It doesn't create change for the positive. In the end, the one thing that I still do know after lots of change is that at the end of the day, we still produce fuels that fuel our everyday life and create progress. Vote no. Thank you.
Lindsey.
Hi, my husband, my baby, and I live here. Thank you so much for your service, and thanks for listening. These voices are important. I have a master's degree in public policy. This is a pivot point in your public service. Please don't be remembered as the architects of our city's demise. Please focus on sustainable policy. Putting the majority of your taxes and your revenue in one basket is really bad city management, especially when that tax could kill the golden goose. This is crazy money. Let's come up with something less reckless and more sustainable to fix the budget. This is a tiny part of Chevron's global jobs of business, but these jobs, taxes, community investment, and volunteer hours are a big deal here. Please don't strike a fatal blow. I closely monitor all the air monitor sensors, and I chose to live here with my baby because it's safe and clean. The data's there. The major PM is from the highways. Chevron is a blessing to this community. Chevron is well run. This is one of the cleanest facilities of its kind, and our folks love working here. Please, this is unsustainable. It's a job and a school killer.
And that was our last in-chamber speaker. Now we'll move to the auditorium. And Patrick, how many more speakers do you have?
We probably have approximately between 25 and 30 speakers.
Okay.
So the first group of speakers, thank you all for your patience, will be Byron A. Smith, Logan Zushko, Cliff Weist, Linda Olvera, Theo Lee Quince, Tristan Cunanan, and Gloria Johnson. Come forward.
Well, please start.
My name is Byron Smith. I'm a union iron worker, local 378. My first job that I got in 2007 was at Chevron Richmond, safest place I ever worked in my life. And I'm 41 years old. I've been in the trade 19th year. And I think it's foolish, just like the foolishness with your budget, to try to take from a place that benefits the community that I graduated from in 2000, from here in Richmond, to take from the community that provides and use it, misconduct your your funds and misconstrue your funds and lose your litigation arguments and your all your fines and fees you're going to pay. You're just going to piss away the money that we provide for our families by working hard in a safe environment for you to misuse and misconduct. And I think that that's wrong. If you choose to do that, you're going to make us fail as a collective. And I want to succeed. Thank you.
Logan?
I'm Logan Fugo. I'm a union iron worker. I'm living the American dream. I'm tired of paying for it at the pump. You know, this is going to affect all of us negatively. Vote no. All I heard was a general fund. You know, you're not guaranteeing anything. All the money is not going to go to cleaning the air. The refinery is still going to be there. You're just cutting the projects in the future, you know, and I took an oath as an iron worker to procure employment for my brothers and sister iron workers, and this is negatively going to affect that directly. So that's all I got.
Linda Overa. Linda Overa. Theo. Kristen. Cunanan.
Linda's here.
Gloria Johnson.
I'm here. Linda's here. Linda Olivera's here.
Patrick, we have Linda Olivera in the chambers.
Good looking up.
Obviously, my name is Linda Olvera, and I am here in support of the tax, and I'm with CBE Action. I was born and raised in Richmond back in the 40s, believe it or not, and suffered badly from asthma. It was absolutely terrifying as a child. My father died of cancer here in Richmond in his early 60s. Little did anyone know at that time that it was the Standard Oil refinery causing me to suffer with asthma as a child and my father to die from cancer. At that time, the city of Richmond was bought and owned by the refinery. All the elected officials were the refinery's best friends. But we know better now. Chevron could never pay back the lives they took from all those who lived in Richmond. What about Chevron's employees who have died from cancer? Has anyone ever done a study on that? It's time that this sad picture get turned around.
Your time is expired.
Cliff.
Hello, my name is Cliff Wiest. I've been working at the Richmond refinery for 11 years. In those years, I've held positions in engineering, maintenance, and planning. I've enjoyed dining at the many restaurants Richmond has to offer and running on the beautiful trails at Wildcat Canyon and Point Richmond, as well as the Bay Trail. I've also had the opportunity to volunteer at the elementary schools, providing career days, backpack stuffing, science fair judging, and feedback to the high school students at De Anza, as well as feeding the unhoused at the Bay Area Rescue Mission. I'm here to speak up against the tax that is proposed. It not only disincentivizes investment within the refinery, but it sends the business community a message that Richmond is closed for business. If you decide to open a business here and become successful, you may also get a tax named after you. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Sam Smith, Jose Avestido, Rocky Chan, Andrea Zuniga, Michael Bargalow, Paul Cochran, Denise Wong. Come forward. Sam
Ms.
Smith.
Clerk, before they speak, I just want to say the city manager was able to get the restrooms open for those in the auditorium. You should have access to the upstairs and downstairs restrooms. Sorry about that.
Sam Smith.
That's me. Hi, everyone. My name is Sam. I'm a chemical engineer by degree. I'm also a refinery shift lead, and that means that I work nights and weekends to run the refinery with my operating crew. And I love my job. I'm so proud of what my crew does. Each and every day when they come in on nights and weekends, they are so talented and motivated, and they do good things every day. I'd like to recognize their excellence in many ways. One of them is buying them dinner. My favorite place to go is Maya Taqueria in Point Richmond. Can we all agree they have some of the best burritos in the Bay? They're awesome. If this passes, though, the very first thing we have to give up is discretionary spending, like ordering food to appreciate good work. That hurts our people, but more so, it hurts Maya. There's a misconception that we have the money to hand over. We don't. It has to come from somewhere, and the first thing will be discretionary. But also, we won't be able to make critical upgrades to equipment and continue our efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. Maya is going to hurt from this. Bubbaloo, the Corner Deli, Richmond Kebab, East Brothers, Armistice, all of these places are going to be negatively affected if this tax is passed. They're hurting more than Chevron. This is hurting the community. We have a mutual purpose. We want to do the best we can to support and improve our community. Let's do it.
Jose Avestido. Rocky Chow. Andrea Zuniga. Michael Barglow. Paul Cochran.
Oh, am I good to speak now? Okay. Hey, good evening, City Council member. My name is Rocky Chow, and I'm a proud Richmond resident, and I am living in District 2, and I'm a SEIU Local 2015 Union member. I love my community, and I think we deserve more than the environmental pollution and flare-ups from the Chevron refinery, with the latest example being New Year's Day this year. And luckily, I was not in the area at the time, but unfortunately, tens of thousands of residents weren't as lucky. And they were being exposed to intense smell of burning and gas. And these flare-ups are not normal. And our community deserves clean air and environment. And to sum up, I strongly support this measure and call on Richmond City Council to put this refinery tax up for a vote this November. Thank you.
Do I go?
Paul Cochran. Oh,
My name is Andrea Zuniga. I am from CBE Action. I am a former Richmond resident. I was raised in Richmond, went to Richmond schools, and I currently work at my alma mater, Richmond High School. I lived here when the Chevron refinery exploded in 2012. When the explosion happened, I remember thinking that Chevron was a danger to our community. There are also frequent flarings going around all year. I personally do not have asthma, but my friends do, and it's because of the pollution in Richmond. I support the polluter's tax because as climate change worsens, I believe this city council can make positive, cleaner, environmentally friendly changes that Richmond needs. I see that some of the concerns are about jobs, but with this tax, we can create renewable energy-based clean jobs that do not harm the community and can make Richmond better for everyone. Thank you.
Paul Cochran.
Hello? Okay, the camera will show up eventually. Hi, my name is Paul Cochran. Good evening, council. I work as an engineer at the Richmond refinery. I've been there about 10 years. I've worked at a number of refineries. I came here because it was clean. It's a really good place to work with good people. I ask that you oppose the proposal. Please vote no. I have a different concept. Budgets are not complicated. You have services you need and some you want. You figure out how to pay for those services. There is a great pride in paying for things you want with your own money. I urge the residents to think hard about how much you want to pay for your services. Don't let justified by this or that distract you. This is about budget deficits. The city will find a way to pay its budget deficits, even without this tax. Look there first. Thank you.
Denise Wong. Denise Wong. Okay, the next group of speakers are Amy Zhao, Jesus Castillo, Chris Lehman, Zenaida Gomez, Jason Gaea, Lucky Hui, and Renee Ross. Amy Zhao. Jesus Castillo. Chris Lehman.
Hello. My name is Chris Lehman. I'm a fourth generation refinery worker with over 100 years consecutive in the business and the industry. I've raised my 4 children and I can't wait for them to be the 5th generation. All I got to do is turn around and say, you represent Chevron, stand up. We will continue to stand in this community. We will continue to take care of the people of this community, and we will continue to take care of our employees. We work for the best damn business in the best damn country. Amen.
Zenaida Gomez. Zenaida Gomez.
She's in the chambers, Patrick.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Zenaida Gómez, soy miembro de ACE
Good evening. My name is Anaida Gomez. I'm an ACE member.
y estoy aquí para decir que pues necesitamos un ritmo más limpio de contaminantes porque yo tengo 2 hijos que sufren de mucha alergia, faltan mucho a la escuela por causa del asma y aquí estoy apoyando para más más saludable el ritmo.
I'm here today because I'm supporting a cleaner, healthier Richmond. I have 2 children who currently are suffering from asthmatic symptoms, and unfortunately, because of their breathing condition, they have had to miss a lot of school. So I'm here today advocating for more funds and just a healthier Richmond altogether.
Jason Gaea.
Jason Gallia, business manager of the Ironworkers, Local 378 Oakland. Over 40-year Richmond resident, graduate, De Anza High School, class 84. Been here most of my life. I find this tax misleading and unfair and lacks oversight for sure. I think the city could be a little more responsible in figuring out a different way of paying for their shortfalls. I'd much rather see Chevron reinvest that 60 to 90 million per year into capital projects and putting our members to work where it's valued most and the community benefits the most. We build America, we build the superstructures, and we build Chevron. Vote no on this tax.
Lucky Hui.
Hello, how's it going? Lucky, I live in Richmond. I'm a resident here. Also iron worker. This tax is a farce, man. To be fair, you guys can't balance a budget, so you want to charge a business like Chevron to do this. That taxes that you're claiming you're going to give to anyone, not one single cent are you guaranteeing to any of those funds or any of those things that little lady in the green dress talked about. Not one single one. Not one single one. Not so much. She guaranteed in big bold lettering that it didn't have to be spent there. It's an absolute farce. And anyway, as for the asthma stats, on your own Richmond Health Survey, we'll go up to the screen. On your own website, 9.1% versus the average 8.7. Average in California state, 7.5. That's on Richmond's own website, so I don't know. I'm voting no.
Renee Ross.
Good evening, I'm Renee Ross, Local 549 Boilermakers, and I strongly oppose this proposal. I don't feel like discovering new revenue should be imposing ridiculous taxes on anyone. This seems to be like you're trying to put our jobs on a chopping block for no reason. Maybe because of your own shortcomings of the city, or maybe there needs to be new solutions, but that is definitely not the answer. Refining is not necessarily the privilege you think it is. It's a necessity for this economy in this local area and the people that work here and our livelihoods. And I oppose it, so thank you.
The next group of speakers are Angel Greer, Mark Orcutt, Felicia Harper, Alma Gutierrez, Lori Mintzner, and Mark Wasberg. Come forward. Angel Greer.
Hello. My name is Angel Greer. I'm with Local 549 Boilermakers outside of Pittsburgh, California. And most of my work hours came out of Chevron. I am a graduated apprentice. I started in 2017. And it's a rise of homelessness right now. And with this tax, you might put me in a list of being homeless. So I oppose this tax. Thank you.
Mark Orcutt.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Orcutt. I am the president and CEO of the East Bay Leadership Council. We're a nonprofit organization representing hundreds of employers across Contra Costa and Alameda County and more than 100,000 jobs in the region. I urge you to consider the potential harms that this proposed tax will have on workers, the harm it will have on critical modernization improvements that keep our communities safe, the harm it will have on regional economic resilience. The manufacturing sector has one of the strongest multiplying effects in terms of jobs in the entire country. The harm it will have on the stability of Richmond's budget in balancing it on the revenues from one employer. A more balanced approach would better serve the region and the city of Richmond. You can see the letter we submitted for more details on our concerns, and please reach out if you have any questions for me or any of our members at the East Bay Leadership Council. Thank you.
Felicia Harper.
I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I was at work today. Missing out on time with my family right now because this is important to me. I feel like this tax would be detrimental to the community of Richmond, and it could jeopardize the most amazing career I've ever had. I work at the hydrogen plant. My day-to-day includes making sure we're operating safely and within compliance. I feel at home at Chevron. I'm respected, I'm valued, and I would like for my kids to work there one day. My plan is to retire from Chevron, and I think that's at risk if this tax does pass. I've seen Chevron do a lot for the community, and that's the reason why I was inspired to work there. And I would like for it to be around. And if Chevron left, where would you get the money from then?
Alma Gutierrez. Alma.
She sounded like she spoke already. She spoke already. She spoke already, Patrick.
Thank you. Lori Mintzner.
Good evening. My name is Lori Mincer. I'm grateful for the opportunity that Chevron has provided to make change from inside this organization to improve air quality. I've been an air quality engineer for Chevron Richmond Refinery for about 12 years, and I'm happy that management has been receptive toward my advice on the best available air emission control technology to install that has gone above and beyond what the rest of industry has installed. Like the rest of the Chevron employees and contractors in this room, I've made a difference in this community by volunteering with regional occupational program interviews, Bay Area Rescue Mission, the Richmond Police Activities League, Richmond Police Holiday Program, and more. Through Chevron's facilitation, we've personally donated to local schools. The projects that I'm currently working on reduce emissions and provide affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy for our community. But this tax cripples Chevron's ability to invest in these projects. It puts our refinery at a competitive disadvantage. It won't make sense for Chevron Corporate to invest in this facility if it cannot compete. This could eliminate local project jobs and negatively impact our community. Please reject this tax.
Mark Wasberg.
Oh, Lord.
Ever since I've been fighting the city council meeting, they want to close down Chevron because they're a bunch of super radical idiots. That's all they are. They want to put you out of work because they don't care. Even though Chevron closed down, you're still going to have dirty air, stupid. What all the other pollutants that's coming around. Look, the election's coming up this year, okay? This is a serious election because you got 3 RPA members running for council. We need to get these 3 members out. That's Willis, Jimenez, and that psychopath McLaughlin, who came out of a mental institution. We get these people out, I guarantee you, we will change Richmond. We will fight for you people, because I tell you, Chevron put a lot of steak and eggs on my table. Ain't no buzz is about it. They're a bunch of radical idiots, just like these bunch of fucking clowns up there in Washington, like Biden and this other bunch of, and Newsom. He's another fucking clown. So I'm gonna tell you people, we need to vote these people out. Pay attention on the election.
Your time is expired.
Get these guys
Your time is expired. Thank you. The next group of speakers are Christiana Lampa, Randy Joseph, Oscar Garcia, and our final speaker is Mike Dryling. Please come forward. Christiana Lampa.
Hello, my name is Christiana Lampa. I'm a proud 5th-generation family business owner in Richmond, California. I attend Liberty University in Virginia, where they teach truth and fact without the brainwash. Here are some real facts. Approximately 3,000 employees are supported by the work at the branch of Chevron in Richmond, California, making them the largest employer here. Many people think this has nothing to do with the people employed at Chevron, and that is 100% false. The reality is that has a direct effect with them because we will not be able to compete with other states. You pass this tax and you will see many businesses, both big and small, leaving California, fleeing to other states that are much more loving towards businesses. My family has fought hard for generations to keep our work and amazing employees here in Richmond. But if this continues, we will be forced to leave this state that once supported us for the better and didn't attack us with additional taxes and charges. If you want to see all the hardworking, good taxpayers leave California, keep going because you are making it happen right now. Thank you.
Randy Joseph.
Hello, everybody. My name is Randy Joseph. I am the co-chair on the board of Richmond Land. I'm here because I support the people deciding how and what they want to see the city be taxed and who pays for it. My confusion is we hear about choice, and I hear people come up here talking about, well, let's not give people the choice. That doesn't make any sense to me. Also doesn't make any sense about how Chevron cares about the environment of people, but they just paid $20 million for 674 violations in April. I'm confused about that as well. Another thing is that they care about their employees. They made $5.5 billion in profit in the first 3 months of this year. They can pay this tax and support building a refinery. It's not us against the workers. It's the city making sure that a company that has so much profit pays their fair share. This is not a worker versus city thing. This is a company versus paying their fair share and paying what they owe off the labor of these people that are here. That's what the
Your
process
time
is
is
about.
expired.
Thank you.
Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, lifelong Richmond resident. On behalf of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, we are deeply concerned about the impact of this huge tax on Chevron. Many nonprofits and services in our community rely on the community support from Chevron. Imagine not having the Cinco de Mayo parade, the Cinco de Mayo festival, Juneteenth, Richmond Promise, and countless of services being provided to those most in need in Richmond. Many nonprofits are generally concerned about any potential pullback on Chevron support in the community, and no one trusts that this tax will make up for that. Also, the community does not trust how the city council spends our money. A tax that was supposed to use to improve our streets has done nothing to improve our streets. Our community does not believe that this tax will support the poorest in our community. Lastly, I'm a proud third-generation resident in Richmond. I noticed that many of the supporters of this tax do not actually live in Richmond, including the prior speaker. I will not, and they will not see the impacts of yet another poorly designed Richmond policy. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker here in the auditorium is Mike Dryling.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start with I'm Mike D, and I'm a Boilermaker, proud Boilermaker from Pittsburgh, California. Behind me is a lot of people that work over in the Chevron Richmond refinery, and they do good work. They do safe work. You would know that if you take a tour through there. I'm not real good on the microphone here, but I'd like to say that I'm damn proud to be where I'm at in life, and Chevron has provided a way for me that's been unmatched by anybody I've ever worked for. The safety there is top notch opposed to any refinery I've ever been in my whole life. I've got to guarantee you that. And I just want to say thank you to Chevron for being there. And I'd like to warn the city council members, don't bite at the wrong leg. They pull the stakes up, this place will be a ghost town within probably 5-10 years.
That's right.
Patrick, do you have any more speakers?
That's our last speaker.
We'll move to the online speakers. Looks like we have 18.
Okay, I'll call the first group of speakers. I have Claire Brown, Woody Hastings, Sarah Cantor, Isabella Zizi, and Benjamin Terrio. Claire Brown, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
It's actually 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, I'm
1
sorry.
minute. Mhm.
Claire,
Hello?
yes, you can start. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good evening. I'm Claire Brown, a Richmond resident for over 30 years. I strongly support the ballot proposal for a $1 tax per barrel on the Richmond refinery. I appreciate the Chevron refinery workers. I joined their 2022 picket line when the union demanded improved refinery safety and health care. Chevron refused, and they provided inadequate safety and health to their own workers along with the Richmond community. I'm an economics professor at UC Berkeley, and my research team has evaluated make polluters pay. The cost to society of burning a barrel of oil is high. It costs society $81 per barrel of oil. This $1 tax per barrel is only 1.2% of the true social cost of burning that barrel of oil. Chevron made $23 billion in profits in 2023 while damaging the health and safety of the workers and the Richmond community. It's time for the refinery profits to help pay for some of the social harm caused by the Chevron refinery. Thank you to the city
Thank you.
council.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Woody Hastings. Woody, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Woody Hastings, if you'll unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Woody Hastings, Phase Out Polluting Fuels Program Manager with the Climate Center, a Kenya organization working to address the climate crisis in line with the latest science and guided by principles of climate justice and a high road transition for oil and gas industry workers into the emerging clean energy economy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking tonight in support of the proposed refinery tax. If adopted, the tax creates a replicable model that similarly impacted communities can follow. Also in line with principle reflected by pending state legislation, the polluter should pay for the problems they create. Some of the things that the tax can be spent on can do double duty to help mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, often co-pollutants with toxic air contaminants. Finally, the tax may be used to help initiate new clean energy economy industries that reduce greenhouse gases and reliance on any single industry, providing opportunities for former oil and gas industry workers. We are in a full-blown climate crisis with real
Time has
consequences
expired.
for
Thank
every.
you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a Richmond resident. I want to start by lifting up the incredible comments made by Randy Joseph, pointing out that this issue is not Chevron workers versus city council. This is Chevron, the corporation, versus the rest of us, the bosses versus the rest of us. All of the consequences that people are talking about are going to happen. People are worried about the fear mongering about what would happen if this tax comes to pass. Are threats issued to you by the bosses? They're saying, if we have to pay more, we will leave. Cannot be held hostage by the highly paid executives at Chevron, and what they're going to they might decide to pull out of our community for any reason at any time. We can't let this stop us. I'm grateful that our city council members will have the courage to vote the right way.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Isabella Zizi. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello and good evening, everybody. I'm Isabella, and I'm a signatory on the Indigenous Women of the Americas Defending Mother Earth Treaty. And I'm also a member of Idle No More SFA, which a lot of you had joined the refinery corridor healing walks that connected the points of love for the air, the soil, and the water that we all depend on as human beings, and as for our non-human relatives as well. And I just wanted to say that I hope that you vote yes for this measure, and wanted to share a section of the treaty. As a signatory of the Indigenous Women of the Americas Defending Mother Earth, we understand the responsibilities toward the sacred system of life given to us by the Creator to protect the territorial integrity of Mother Earth and Indigenous peoples. These responsibilities include the safety, health, and well-being of our children and those yet to come, as well as the children of all of our non-human relatives, the seeds of the plants and those unseen. These responsibilities demand that we act to ensure healthy air, water, soil, seeds, and
Time has expired. The next speaker is Benjamin Terrio, and the following group of speakers after that are Michael Glickson, Joanka Beckles, Jamin Purcell, Sarah Thies, Laura, and Jane Currant. Benjamin Terrio, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Ben Terry, President Richmond POAs, police officers and sergeants. I'm not taking a position yet, but I'm just want to point out a few pointers for the audience. It's funny people mention Chevron employees and they go white for being here tonight, but a lot of us advocates that are talking, they're paid as well. I think it should be brought up that the contracted city attorney David Alshire has proposed this idea. It's sitting in front of you, and I mean his firm stands to make a lot of money because this is done out of other places in Southern California. And the litigation will probably go on for years. It stands to make a lot of money. I think that should be discussed a lot more. Hopefully, council does that. And then none of the presentation folks, the presenters, mentioned anything about anything that's connected to the statewide ballot tax initiative, which if it comes out of the Supreme Court and goes on the ballot, anything that's a 50+1 taxes will be rolled back to 2022, including this one. I think that's something that should be brought up for the public discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Glickson. You'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michael Glickson. I live in Richmond. I'm a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. I am here tonight to give my full support to the city council that's taking a courageous path to asking the voters to decide whether Chevron pays enough money into our city coffers that would equal the cost that they have wrought on our community. I really appreciate all the employees that have jobs at Chevron. That's fantastic. Good for them. Good for you all. And good for the community benefits that Chevron gives to all the nonprofits and great programs. That's what a good corporate citizen ought to do. So that's not like lots of extra brownie points. That's to be expected. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jovanka Beckles. You'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Jovanka Beckles, Richmond resident, a retired mental health wraparound facilitator. You know, the majority of the children that I worked with had asthma. Richmond bears the brunt of health impacts from the refinery. Chevron may do some good things in the community. I hear that, but it doesn't mean they shouldn't pay their fair share of taxes, especially since we Richmond residents pay ours, especially since our children and seniors are the ones who are experiencing the bad health effects that come from the refinery. Workers also are vulnerable to the volatility of refineries. Refineries don't care about workers. If they did, they wouldn't bring in scabs when workers strike for better conditions. They use workers like old dish towels to be discarded. They use workers for their bottom line, period. Excuse me. I support clean air, fixed roads, parks, youth services, improving community health. That's why I support the Richmond refinery tax. By the way, donations are write-offs for the company. Taxes are for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that there's been a miscommunication of this story. They keep talking about it being a golden goose, but it actually is more like the tyrant dragon. It is trying to dissuade people out of fear and out of the fear mongering that they think they can engender within the community. But really what they're doing is they're not talking about the sacrifices that the community is having to make in order for them to live there, whether it be from health, whether it be because they are having to be codependent on someone who is literally abusing them day in, day out in their environment. I think it's really wrong for them to talk about how they don't have enough money when they have reaped billions in profits just from a report from April of this year. And when they're paying all of their employees to come out and speak for them, they really are saying that they don't care about those employees. They don't care about the community. They're caring about their bottom line because that's just a drop in the bucket to
Your
try
time has
and
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Thies. Sarah, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Sarah Thies. I live in Richmond. I have, let's see, four other family members that live in Richmond, including my husband who has COPD, my son-in-law who has diabetes, and my grandson that has asthma. Because of that and all the other reasons cited, I strongly support the Make Polluters Pay, getting it on the ballot. And my question also is, I've been hearing a lot about how this is going to break Chevron's bank, but I'm really wondering, haven't heard anyone like from the company putting out like exactly why that is. So I appreciate what the workers are saying, that what they're hearing from Chevron, but I would like to see those numbers given the profits that people have mentioned. Anyway, for the health of my family and so many people, other people, I strongly urge you to get this before the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laura. Laura, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Laura, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening, City Council and everyone here at the meeting. My name is Laura. During the day, I study the land and I spend my evenings studying health. I am a farmer in North Richmond, and I grow food for the community in order to fight for a more just, sustainable food system. I believe my community deserves chemical-free food. However, I can't provide the healthiest food within a toxic environment. For over 100 years, Richmond residents have picked up the bill and the illnesses for health and pollution damages. Sorry, now it's time to make the big polluters pay so we don't have to. As bad neighbors, it's the least thing that they could do. Please support the Polluters Pay Tax initiative to help fund a healthier Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jane Carant, and the following group of speakers after that are Selena Perez, Carolyn Theresa Dixon, and Rona Fernandez. Jane Carant, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening, Council. I want to applaud you all for your unanimous vote at your last reading of this proposal. And I am hoping that we will see another unanimous vote to actually carry out the proposal. And as Randy Joseph indicated, allow the voters of Richmond to make a decision. I also want to add another uplifting to his remarks that this is a product of Chevron administrators making their employees fearful that this tax would actually put them out of business. And I too would like to see some numbers that would indicate that the fear that is being spread is actually accurate. So I applaud you, and I certainly endorse the measure being put on the ballot.
Expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Selena Perez. You'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Selena Perez, and I am a community member of Richmond. I am a Master of Public Policy student at the UC Berkeley's Goldman School of Public Policy, and I organize with Communities for a Better Environment Action. And as someone pursuing equitable policymaking, I urge the City Council to vote in favor of this tax initiative. As someone living with asthma, carrying 2 different inhalers around, and as someone that has been impacted by the damages caused by Chevron, I believe it's about time that Chevron pays for the damages it causes to our communities. And this includes not shouldering the tax on its workers, since in the first half of the year, we already heard they made over $1 billion in profits, and they're more than capable of bearing the cost of this tax. It's time that we let the residents of Richmond decide what's best for them, rather than letting Chevron employees continue to fearmonger when the residents of Richmond are only coming to support initiatives that are for the people. So once again, I urge the City Council to vote in
Your
favor
time
of this
has
tax.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Carolyn. Carolyn, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Carolyn. I've worked in Richmond, not paid to be here. I just want to say, yeah, uplift all the other points we'll say, strongly support you putting this ahead of the voters and letting the voters decide. Ultimately, there's only a fraction of Richmond residents here in this room, and the voters should decide, you know, if Chevron is a really good neighbor. It says it is, and won't be afraid to let residents decide in November. In addition, I've heard a lot about a long-term plan. A tax measure like this is the long-term plan. We need a plan so we're not in diversity, so we can create, you know, sustainable, healthy jobs, job training, economic alternatives, because the fossil fuel industry is coming to an end. And so we need to have a plan so we can all continue this healthy economy. And again, like Jamaica Beckel said, the community benefits that Chevron has done. They're write-off, and they also don't even come close to even the 70 to 140 million in healthcare costs that they actually owe to us. In addition to not even talking about
Your time has
environmental
expired.
costs or
Thank
economic.
you. The next speaker is Teresa Dixon, and the last group of speakers after that are Sylvia A., River, and Emily Ross. Teresa Dixon, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Teresa, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you can go ahead and start.
Hi. I work for nonprofits within Richmond and understand that Chevron has been there for a very long time and supports their workers in some sort of way where they feel like they are set up for their life. But as a general society and community, I think having a Chevron that makes so much money pay to keep the towns in which they live and operate, it's like really not that big of a cost. And like many other people have said, this will not cause you to lose your jobs. It might make gas more expensive, but that's the direction we need to go anyways. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sylvia A. You'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Sylvia A. You'll unmute yourself. You have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Sylvia Arredondo. I am Civic Engagement Director with Communities for a Better Environment Action. And I'm calling in today to voice my strong support for the polluters pay measure. Chevron poisons our air, spends millions poisoning our politics, and gives their CEOs 26 million in raises, and what's left for our communities. I grew up on the front lines of refinery my whole life. And I'm here today to make sure that no other families can have to suffer from the consequences of breathing in pollution from big oil. But also here to say that the following organizations have also endorsed the polluters pay measure, such as the California Nurses Association, 350 Contra Costa Action, Sunflower Alliance, Richmond Shoreline Alliance, Urban Tilt, SEIU 1021, Safe Return Project, ACE, Cooperation Richmond, Richmond Our Power Coalition, the Center for Biological Diversity, Climate Justice Alliance,
Your
the
time has
Watershed
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is River. River, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. River.
Hi, thank you. I'm River. I live in Richmond, California, and I'm here to speak strongly in favor of this being on the ballot in November. We have to embrace just transitions as a principle, a process, and a practice. We have to be transitioning out of extractive economies and into regenerative economies. And we can do that in a just way. We can do that by following workers who are guiding us into different ways. Chevron is not a good neighbor. And the fact that Chevron would really say that if this tax were to pass, they would be firing people instead of having a slightly less raise than 26 million.
And the last speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have a minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. Also speaking in support of this item, please give Richmond voters the opportunity to vote.
And also adding to the thread of folks that are saying this isn't about, Richmond versus Chevron workers. Richmond is not a threat to Chevron workers. Chevron is. It's a false choice point that if this tax gets paid, Chevron couldn't pay its workers or do the charitable things they like to do or make profits. Meanwhile, the city does have to make those choices. We are going to be hearing our budget next, and our staff and council have had to decide between paying our workers, fixing our streets, improving our parks, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
We have one more in-person speaker that was in the auditorium but did not get a chance to speak. Janet Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening. I've lived in Richmond for 43 years. I'm an organizer with Sunflower Alliance and a former shop steward with IBW 1245. Sunflower Alliance supports the Richmond refinery tax. I want to thank Chevron workers for the hard work they've done providing energy for our communities and doing their best to keep us safe. Driving here tonight, I could see the haze caused by fires to the north and east. Fire season used to start in late August. We're seeing the terrifying impacts of global warming here and all over the world. And the root cause of our climate emergency is fossil fuel burning. Richmond can lead refinery communities by using the proceeds of this tax to create high-road jobs. Please give Richmond the chance to vote on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and for all the comments. Now it's time, if we can have the presenters back and the city attorney is here. Any comments, please raise your hands, City Council. So Councilmember Bana, and then Councilmember Willis, and then Councilmember Cepeda, Councilmember Robinson, and Councilmember Gale. So everybody knows when to jump. And I don't know if the mayor, but we will leave him to speak after, or if you want to speak right now, or you have any comments, let us know, okay? So Councilmember Bana.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming here tonight and expressing their views and opinion on both sides. I would like to especially thank Chevron workers. And I find it amazing, actually, the level of loyalty they have. So I do believe the work environment must be very good if they've been working for 17 years, 20 years. And they must have good working conditions. I'm glad that they have unions to protect their rights. One of my neighbors in District 4, I don't remember the name, but I do remember our conversations very well that I mentioned Chevron's not going to go anywhere when I was canvassing, and we need to be partners. I still believe in that. Chevron's not going to go anywhere in my lifetime. So we need to learn to work together. I've reached out to Chevron, and Chevron has kindly accepted to give me a tour as the chair of West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council, along with other officers. We visited it. Thank you, Chief Bosworth, Fire Chief of Chevron, and Deputy Fire Chief. Excellent presentation. I was impressed by the level of fire safety that Chevron Fire Station has, equipment, everything, and being open. Actually, I told him that I would like to invite him to come and have a presentation at the City Council in fall so the city learns about them, the mutual aid agreement that we have. And I have to say, as a member of Hazmat Commission, that Chevron has higher standards. It's not even comparable to Martinez Refinery. So it's doing much better than that. And it's not just the public safety that we're trying to partner with. We just started a campaign, Mentor Richmond. There was no time for reports, or I would have mentioned it earlier. Our PAL, Be a Mentor, Big Brothers, Big Sisters have come together and started a campaign to mentor Richmond for younger age than Richmond promised. And I'm glad to say that the first business that has nodded and invited us is Chevron. It's not monetary donation, it's a number of employees that volunteer their times, 1-year commitment, 1 hour a week, and we hope that they earn the platinum level. Because the employees seem to have good connection to the community. We already heard testimonies from community-based organizations that they have good experience with Chevron. And also, Chevron is needed. I mean, 60% of the jet fuel is provided by Chevron. We don't have electric jets yet, so we do need Chevron. Other products that they make. So we do need to live together, and I hope that we give, I invited Chevron director in the past to come and have a presentation about their green energy initiatives. I would love to learn about that, what they're doing, because they're in business to make money. They don't want to go out of business when the governor of California says all vehicles should be electric, right? So they need to have plans, and I personally would love to learn about it. I think the city of Richmond deserves to learn about what's going on in terms of new technologies that they're bringing in. But I don't think if this tax is an existential threat to Chevron. Why? Because if it was, they would have come to us and asked us to make a compromise. They haven't approached us yet. The city is to serve, by its charter, to serve residents and businesses, and we're doing our best in that regard. Our ultimate goal is to serve the community. Chevron, as a corporation, has a commitment to its shareholders. So we try to optimize our goal of serving the community, and Chevron's trying to, as a corporation, I'm not talking about the employees, and I respect them all, and as I said, we are partners in making a better community, and I really appreciate the great work that Chevron employees in Richmond are doing. As you heard from other residents, we all appreciate that. And we are partners in making a better community in the city of Richmond. But Chevron Corporation made $35 billion in 2022 net, and $21 billion in 2023. And as it was said, it's like 0.5%. And that 0.5% would not run Richmond Refinery out of business. Many people talked about pollution and accidents in the past. To be honest with you, what I'm most concerned about are accidents in the future. We live on Hayward Fault. We are sitting on Hayward Fault, and a major earthquake is going to happen. We see Chevron Refinery. We don't see all the pipelines that are underground, all the old buildings in the city of Richmond. Can you imagine what happens? The spills, hazmat spills, fires, probably wildfires. And I'm embarrassed to say that our budget for community preparedness is nearly zero. We don't have that. City of Berkeley, with a comparable population, has 1 Office of Emergency Services manager and 3 staff. We only have 1 manager. So we need to get a lot done in terms of community preparedness. We don't even talk about community resiliency centers yet. There is a lot that the city of Richmond, in partnership with Chevron, must do in terms of community preparedness. We do need that money to be prepared mostly for future accidents. Public safety is a major concern. The city of Richmond, the way it is, cannot afford anything. So I hope that together we can move forward, make the city of Richmond better for residents, better for businesses, including Chevron, which is, I assume, moving towards green energy, and we'd love to learn about that all. And yeah, just prepare for the future and keep the partnership. I really don't want to see us demonizing each other. We are neighbors. We need to have good neighborly, friendly coexistence, and we need to do that. But this tax is a necessity, and I don't believe it's going to hurt Chevron or run anyone out of job or Chevron refinery in Richmond out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And yeah, I'm also going to thank everybody for coming out and speaking. It definitely isn't easy showing up. I'm sure some people got here at around 4:30 and staying here till 10:22, so I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I'm going to respect everybody's opinion. I'm not going to tell people how to feel. I'm not going to say that you're wrong for how you're feeling. I'm not going to doubt anybody's lived experience. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. I'm not going to take that away from anybody else, like I will not anybody want to take my opinion away from me. That's what a democracy is about. Shared experience and trying to make a decision with the best we can out of that. Me, personally, I hear the concerns that got raised this evening, but I also have another perspective of what concerns me. I'll just say that tonight, which I still do support this initiative, I supported the last time drafting it, and nothing tonight has convinced me not to support it. Out of some of the narrative that did get shared, my concern is that putting a ballot initiative on the ballot, which still needs to get approved by the voters, mind you. Voters still need to decide whether or not this is something we want. But my concern is that because we want to propose a ballot initiative to tax $1 per barrel that gets produced, that automatically means business industry needs to up and leave, that automatically means folks are going to get laid off, or that automatically means that programs, frankly, like the ECIA that got negotiated during 2012 because of community pushing so hard on industry, which is what made that possible. But the fact that it's being threatened that passing a tax for $1 a barrel a day means those programs also get eliminated. Never does it get entertained to eliminate how much money actually gets spent in annual elections, or how much money gets spent on lobby groups or other special events that actually don't benefit its citizenry but benefits industry's bottom line. My concern is that we're all being pitted against each other. Once again, I'm not going to take away anybody else's opinion. I'm not going to tell anybody that they're wrong for having an opinion, but we're being pitted against each other over industries that are only concerned about making their bottom line. And the moment that industry doesn't see us as a benefit is the moment that we're left hanging anyway. I'm not okay with that narrative. I think it's important for cities to set standards on if you're going to be making money off of our location, if you're going to be making money off of the health and safety of others, if the things that you do, even when we're talking about the refinery fire, that fire that happened was warned decades prior that this piece of equipment needs to be fixed. Otherwise, there's going to be an incident. Nobody listened. I feel like if industry cared about our community, safety would have been prioritized a long time ago, and there wouldn't be so much community advocacy here. So in closing, you know, folks ask me, or ask this council essentially, what do we want our legacy to be? And I don't mind my legacy being tied into voting yes to putting this on the ballot and letting the rest of the 115,000 people that live in the city of Richmond decide whether or not if our industries have been good neighbors or not. So with that being said, this isn't me wrapping up discussion, this is me. Everybody knows how I feel when we get about around 10:30 that I get antsy. So I am going to put a motion on the floor that
Can we allow
I don't want,
others to
people can
do
still
it?
speak. You can still have a
Okay,
motion and still have
okay.
discussion. I'm not calling the question. I'm just getting the motion out there.
Awesome.
So my motion is going to be that we adopt a resolution submitting a proposed oil refining business license tax ballot measure to the voters on November 5th, 2024 election, and authorize the city attorney's office and staff to finalize the necessary documents related to that ballot measure. And that will be my motion, and I will end my comments there.
I'll second the motion, and I know we have more discussion.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to share this meeting and continue this discussion. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor. I have some questions. As you know, I was going to give you some questions. I'll start, and then I want to thank everyone for staying here with us. We are usually here till midnight, so thanks for sharing your evening with us, all of you. I'll start off with a question that I heard, and I want to just put it on the record again. The tax, the money that we get from the tax, it can be used for anything. Can you confirm, can we also use that towards paying for, we know it's going to go to a lawsuit, to pay for our attorney fees as we hopefully win there?
It's general fund money, so, but you might not draw upon the money until after it's been validated in court. So it's an available source, but you might choose not to spend it until you know it's valid.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And then before I go into my other questions, I want to, right, I come from the community, I've been in the community, and I appreciate that the community went out and did a poll to see if this was something that Richmond voters even wanted. And from what I understand from that poll is that it was a very high poll of the Richmond residents saying they wanted this to be out there. And then from there, CBE and APEN brought it forward. So there's two different ways of getting a ballot measure on. One way is collecting signatures. Right, we usually do a poll. The poll gives you a temperature, and then from there, the individuals can go and gather signature. And it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's about 10% of the, you have to get 10% of the signatures of the last election cycle.
Yep.
Correct? So I'm not sure what the numbers were in the last election cycle, but Richmond tends to vote low. So you probably need to get maybe about 6,000 to 10,000 signatures, right?
I don't know.
To put on the ballot?
10,000, I just did.
We did the numbers, thank you. 10,000 signatures. What I'm getting with that is 10,000 signatures, and we know that the poll, from what I heard, I never saw the poll, but from what I heard, was that it was about more than 50% of Richmond voters wanted this to be on the ballot from those that were polled. So just doing the numbers. So what we're doing today is another one of those options. So either you get the signatures and you put it on the ballot, and no one in here would have really had a chance to speak up and out about your questions or concerns about the ballot. We really would have had no opportunity to talk to any side or about anything, because you can put a ballot measure for anything. This is giving people the opportunity and giving us the opportunity to at least hear all the different sides, all the different stories of people that have grown up here in Richmond, people that work in Richmond, people that live in other places that commuted to Richmond, to let us know how they love Richmond and how they want to participate in Richmond. So this way of coming to this council, it gets put on the ballot, but it also allows people to give comments prior to that ever going to the ballot. So it's a little bit of a difference. And at the end, it's kind of the same result. It still goes out to the ballot, should the council vote for it, and then we have a motion for it. So if it goes to the ballot, But again, that big difference is it allows for that to happen. And it potentially also allows for the city to negotiate with Chevron a little bit more as it goes to the ballot. I know that in the past, it went to Measure T, went to the ballot, it passed, and then it negotiated after. So just a couple different ways of being able to get to hopefully some kind of resolution that's going to be best for our community. And that might include Chevron, it might include other employers, it might include everyone, right? We all make Richmond what we are today. So I want to just put that out there in terms of the different ways that the ballot measure could get to the ballot this November. And then also understanding the $34 million gap. I know that when this was shared last meeting, people started calling and saying, we have a $34 million deficit. And we don't have a deficit. A gap is not a deficit. How I see it, the gap is deferred maintenance. In prior years, we have been in deficits. We had to make cuts. And with those cuts comes deferred maintenance. We have about $200 million worth of deferred maintenance for potholes. Just a number that was out there that we put out, I believe that was last year. So we have a lot of deferred maintenance in Richmond that for one reason or the other, prior council members were not able to get in front of. Either our expenses were too much and our tax base was too low, or they just spend it on special projects they wanted, whatever it may be. We got here for the many, many years of deferred maintenance. Potholes are just one of them. We have lights. We have a lot of our infrastructure that has been under deferred maintenance. Our wastewater system, we all know Veolia. They were here with us a couple months ago. That was also years and years of deferred maintenance that we haven't been able to really catch up to. So it's not a gap, it's deferred maintenance. And the city has a really difficult time, not just our city, but a lot of other cities. When they don't save up for this maintenance, it's just a constant loop of never being able to catch up again. Because more and more people move into cities, and more people start using the services with less tax sometimes. So I want to put that out there. I know that in there, we are looking, you mentioned, and here's my question. I have some questions for you after all of this. Future councils can use these funds however they want, right? There's nothing that says you have to use it for just transition. And you mentioned future councils will not be able to lower the fee, right? That's going to be a set fee. Okay. Unlike Measure U, where councils can come in and say and lower it.
That's correct, council member.
Thank you. Now I know that the measure has been worked on from CBE and from APEN lawyers with advice from our attorneys as well. And there was some advice into that maybe that could be a change, but for now it's there.
I think that issue of whether you, right now, the measure says that the council cannot raise it, but the council can make other changes. I think the mayor had a proposal that you not be able to lower it, but I don't think it says that now. If you want it to say that, it could say that.
Okay.
Excuse
and I think
me.
the mayor proposes that.
I'm reading section 1358-280, City Council Authority to Amend, and the final sentence of that paragraph reads, however, the City Council shall not have the authority to decrease the tax imposed by this chapter, and any such decrease in the tax imposed by this chapter shall require the approval of a majority of the city's voters voting on such a measure.
The version that I have doesn't say that. So maybe there's a more recent version. Is that in the agenda packet tonight?
This is what I downloaded from the city's website.
Okay, it's not what I had that I read to the council tonight.
Thank you. Just want to point out, we got some different information, so that's why I have some questions on it. So thank you for that. I know that the motion calls for cleaning up a little bit of the language, so maybe we can just confirm whatever it might be.
So the
Well,
published,
I think that would be something for you to direct us as to how you want the final version to read tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
The published documents as submitted initially by the mayor's office and as reviewed by the attorneys that we've been working with through CBE and APEN, and the discussion that we have had with the city attorney's office over the past month, as it was drafted and submitted and is in the public record, is as Ms. Guerin just read, which is that council cannot lower this rate without it going to the voters. And so that is the proposal before you this evening.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that in my agenda packet, what I read tonight didn't say that. But the council can determine it. The mayor was clear, his proposal is that you should not be able to lower it.
And it sounds like it's there already with what the mayor proposed, so I'll let the motion that's in here stand there for now. My other question, last meeting, if I remember correctly, you mentioned that the tax was looking to tax on what was coming in, right? So the feedstock that was coming in, and I believe there's a change now to instead of what's coming in, it's going to be what's coming out.
Yeah, so the rate is assessed on the volume of feedstock refined. And so whether that's in, whether that's out, whether you define that as in the middle, begins to get a little semantic.
Can we please, can we be more respectful?
But the way it is written, it's that only feedstock that's being refined, so feedstock that's necessarily being input into the refinery. So feedstock is this precursor material, and so of those, it's more appropriate to consider it as an input rather than on output.
Okay, thank you. I think that is all that I have for now. Thank you. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentations tonight, and thank you for everyone who gave testimony. It's a lot to think about, lots of comments, lots to digest. I think many people know that I'm a lifetime Richmond resident. I grew up in the Iron Triangle. I live in the South Side now. So it really does make an impact on me when I hear, especially residents and people who serve this community, talk about how historically this council has not, this council, our government, hasn't served certain groups, certain populations, our schools, our young people, hasn't taken care of our parks or our streets for decades, right? For decades, there hasn't been an investment in the people of Richmond, especially the people who are most vulnerable. As a new council person, that's actually one of the reasons why I ran, you know, because I felt like people like me, people who grew up on 5th and Nevin, deserved representation, deserved people who cared, deserved people who would care about the parks that no one else cared about, or the kids that no one else cared about, and would invest in those kids and those parks instead of some of the other things that have been invested in over the years. I listened a lot tonight, and I heard in all of the workers, you know, my 2 uncles that worked for both Standard Oil and Chevron, my cousin who retired from Chevron, in your comments. I hear that. I also grew up in 5th and Nevin, so I also really remember not just 2012, but many other accidents where the skies turned different colors and we had to shelter in place. And so I know the impact of Chevron is not in my imagination. I also know that a lot of people in the world agree that it's not in our imaginations. Organizations like the EPA have deemed Richmond to be an environmental justice community, primarily because of the impact of the refinery. Most recently, the Pathway to Clean Air project, the Air Board, the California Air Board project of CARB, said that in Richmond, 63% of the particulate matter comes from the Chevron refinery. And that wasn't, some fly-by-night folks. That's our Air Board. That's CARB, Oftentimes, they're not even in support of what community it is, but they can actually, point out that the Chevron refinery is a huge source of pollution in our community. And so tonight, there were workers who stood up and said that that wasn't true. And I would say, well, then our EPA is totally wrong, and our Air Board is totally wrong, and, so I don't like the divisiveness, It's not the kind of world I want to live in. But I also like truth. And I also feel like, when you make an impact, when you make a mess, you have to be responsible for that mess. Some of the other things that were said tonight that were kind of disturbing, there was a lot of characterizations of the city budget as this thing that's totally mismanaged and out of control, and we have all these issues and everything, and it's like, every city, many cities have troubles, but recently, and I would love the city manager to kind of chime in on this, we have been turning things around in this city. I don't know how many years in a row that we've had surpluses in the millions of dollars, but can you help me explain where we are today with our budget? Not that that's guaranteed, but this is the direction that we're in, and this is where we are and where we're going, right?
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. I would have to say, like we started the beginning of the meeting this evening discussing the Richmond Housing Authority as an example, and in that particular instance, staff was trying to be modest in terms of how the item was presented, but we inherited a situation where the city had to write down $15 million from the Housing Authority, and you saw the amount of additional general fund revenue that was being provided to the Housing Authority for the last 5+ years, and you can see that it's on a trajectory to continue to decrease while we've concurrently brought Hacienda online, Nevin is under construction, and we're moving towards Nystrom. So I would like to use that as an illustration to show that the City Council and staff are really committed to being thoughtful about our expenditures and to making prudent investments. The Council has also, under the leadership of the City Council, in particular Vice Mayor Jimenez, for example, we sunset the swaps. And so that was another key hallmark situation wherein we were able to get out of a financing instrument that was actually working to our detriment. And we've refinanced our debt, and now much earlier than the recent interest rate hikes. So that was a second, I think, really good example of how the City Council has done a really great job. And then more recently, we have moved our reserve levels up to 21%. And the caveat I would like to add, though, is that unfortunately, we have not been able to provide the level of services that residents would like. So, for example, one of the things on Saturday, I was at a neighborhood cleanup, and I was driving around town, and I was sending emails and text messages to staff because Juneteenth is coming up, and it's really disappointing how the medians look. As an example, and we would like to have more services at our community centers, and to have our libraries all open on the weekends for longer periods of time as additional examples. So I would say that we're definitely moving in the right direction, but we still have a lot of deferred maintenance, and we still are unable to provide the level of services that residents would like.
So.
Sorry, that was a rather long answer,
but I mean, the short of that is that there is good news. There is a new day in Richmond where we're not running deficits, we're running surpluses, at least we have been, and we want to continue in that direction so that we can keep going the right. And that has come not because some magic thing happened, but because we're actually looking at the things that have been, detrimental to our economy, like the swaps, like the way that we were doing our business taxes in the past, and so we pass Measure U so that we can get more responsible taxation because, as a city, the way that we get funds is from taxes. Like that is how the city is funded. There is no other magic source of money. There's a few other kind of fees and things like that, but the majority of the way we run any city, not just Richmond, is through taxation. That is how cities are run. And so, it's not some, heinous crime for a city to apply a tax to the businesses and other folks that are within their bounds. That's how cities are run across the United States. I think also it is just really, really important to me that with something like this that has gotten so far, it's so much work has been put into it by community organizations that care about this community. So much work has been put into other things. It needs to go to the voters. The voters deserve a chance to weigh in. And that includes all of the Chevron workers who spoke today who are Richmond residents. You can vote. You should vote. We should make a decision. That's what democracy is, right? Is that you bring an idea gets brought up, you bring it forward, people vote on it. So that's the way I'm moving tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone as well for your comments. That's what democracy is about, people having an opportunity to share your perspective on this, and we heard from you all, and thank you for your comments. I want to share some thoughts based on some of these comments by the public. So first of all, I heard one thing I heard was something about the ECIA grant and having that be a Chevron benefit or a Chevron thing that came to this group or that group. I want to clarify that the ECIA grants are city grants. This was a requirement set as a condition by the city for granting Chevron a permit on a major project they wanted approved. And we often do that with developers. We require them to pay certain funds as a condition or as a community benefit, and they pay those funds and it becomes city money. So this is not a benefit that Chevron is providing. This was a requirement that the City Council required of them to provide for the benefit of them getting their project approved. I also heard a lot about nonprofits getting money. And yes, Chevron does throw around some money for nonprofits, but it comes at a price. It comes with an expectation, and that expectation is that those nonprofits have to support Chevron's perspective. And I have heard this over and over again from various nonprofits. I also want to say that, and what I have heard from some of the public is that people are going to see Richmond as business unfriendly, and that is not going to be the case. People understand about the climate crisis, and they know the climate crisis is all about fossil fuels. And Chevron is in the business of fossil fuels. Instead, people will see this measure as Richmond standing for the health and well-being of our community, the health and well-being of our planet. It will also show that this city council and this city is a responsible city and requires big polluters to pay their fair share of taxes. So I believe that this measure will show Richmond as a responsible city, as a forward-looking city, as a cutting-edge city. And that will attract more businesses, good, clean businesses, the kind we want and need, and the kind of jobs we want and need. And of course, we'll coexist with Chevron. And Chevron is not going anywhere. It's quite clear that as a result of this measure, Chevron is not going to leave the city. It has a great location on the bay. It has lots of infrastructure. And there hasn't been a new refinery in the United States since the 1970s. And why is that? That's because communities don't want the pollution, they don't want the risk, and they don't want the reputation. And frankly, we all know that when a refinery exists in a city, it overshadows the city with its pollution, with its risk, and that is not a good reputation. So I totally believe that Chevron will stay. The jobs of its workers will stay. New businesses will come to Richmond. We have made so much progress in recent years with releasing the grip of Chevron on Richmond. And we want to make it clear that that grip of Chevron on Richmond is not going to be regained. Not with this city council, not with the community that is raising those polluters pay signs. This community, community groups, community members, and this city council understands that we are a forward-looking city, a city that is saying that the health, the well-being of our community and our planet counts. And we know that governments should not be controlled by corporations. While in the past, city councils going past before recent years when we did release the grip of Chevron, we had city councils completely controlled by Chevron. Chevron bought city council members. Chevron had a desk outside a former city manager's office. That was how close City Hall and Chevron was. Those days are gone, not anymore. And we're not going backward in time. So we know that governments should be about real democracy. Corporations put profits first. Governments should, and this government is putting people first. So I just want to say that we can have health and jobs. We should not have to choose between one or the other. And we should also understand that we have to be forward-thinking because the planet is at stake, our community's health is at stake, and in general, just the future of our society, a society run by a democratic government is at stake. So we're being responsible. We're saying, Chevron, we'll coexist with you. You just have to do right by our community by paying your fair share of taxes and controlling your pollution, eventually eliminating it, controlling the risk, eventually eliminating it, and I think we'll have a better relationship. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like to see if Mayor Eduardo.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say most of what we get is through legislation. And this is a form of legislation to get the funds that we need to run our city the way the city needs to be run. I really don't have anything to add, but you know, this is the people of Richmond saying that Chevron needs to pay more so that the city can provide the services that we need. And with that, I would like to call the question.
Well, I would love to speak if I may. Okay, I am the chair, right? So I will speak and then we will call the question. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the research and work that has been put into this. Thank you for all the residents and workers who came here to make really great speeches in both sides. And thank you for all the work that is being put in this. And I am really proud of being one of the co-sponsors of this item. And I feel like this is a responsible thing to do in terms of like how we want more revenue for the city. As you know, like, yeah, we are doing much better than before. I was able, with my leadership and the support of the city council, to try to get Richmond from predatory loans, and with that, saving millions of dollars into the city bonds. And we were able to get better credit rates because of that. But we need more revenue. And the way that, as Councilmember Robinson said, we get revenue, and the majority of revenue is by taxation. And there is a decision about whether we tax everybody with bond initiative that people are talking about, to tax everybody and everybody pay the same, or we want to be more equitable and ask the rich to pay taxes. And I think that this is an example of how we are asking corporations and people who are like corporations who are doing really well to pay a little more into the city so we can have the means to fund the services at the quality levels that we need, right? And we can cut the medians. We can have other crew or 2 more crews in public works. We can add more money to the traffic calming projects and to many other services that we need. So this is an attempt to make the voters, the Richmond residents, to vote and decide whether it's fair for a big corporation like Chevron to pay their fair share and support the city and support every resident to get the services. We are a public entity, and we will have the means to be able to serve everybody here, but if we had the funds. And it just makes sense. It just makes sense that the one who contaminates, the ones who just do a lot of mess, pay for that. Pay for the ability to refine and pollute the air, pollute the water, pollute the land, and pay for that. For many years, like Richmond is a unique city that like when you think about Richmond, Richmond have big corporations here, but still every year council is making hard decisions about the budget, whether because we don't have the enough fund for that. And we have the second largest refinery here. How is that? If we feel like,
I'm calling to question.
I'm sorry, I just want to finish.
I'm calling to question. I need a vote for it to happen, though. I mean, I need a second for it to happen.
Okay. I am the chair, so I am going to finish.
Actually, it doesn't work that way. If I don't have a second, then you can finish. But if I have a second.
So is there a second for calling the question?
No, but I'll make a motion to extend the meeting till the end of this item.
Yeah. And I will finish in just one sentence.
So before you do that, we have to determine, if there's no second, then you rule there's no second. Then you can make a motion.
Okay, there is no second for calling. So,
But now you want to,
Motion to extend the meeting for 10 minutes.
okay. I second that.
And we have to vote.
are you extending for
Counsel-
10 minutes or to
Yes.
the end of this
We're
item?
Yes,
10
for
minutes.
10 minutes.
Why not until the end? I have a clarifying question.
Council,
for Dave.
10 minutes
Do we
or
have a
after we finish this
Until we're
item?
done. It's not gonna be
Okay,
more than
God,
15, 20.
just please,
Thank you.
all right, until the end of this item, but God, please, let's wrap it up soon.
I will. So,
Councilmember Bonner. Oh, is there a second?
I second it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Council-
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So what I wanted to say to end this conversation, because I was the last one and everybody has a chance to speak a lot, is that I think this is the most responsible way to fund city services and let the voters to decide whether we think Chevron pays their fair share or we want them to pay more because they haven't paid their fair share at all. Thank you. So, Hela?
I have a question. I need clarification on the point raised by Dave about the ability of the city council to move it forward despite possible legal challenges, and then we heard something else. So I would like
Well,
us to go
so
with the version.
The question we were discussing is the mayor's proposal, which you heard and the mayor could speak to, which is that the council, after this is approved, since the measure was proposed by the voters, unless you say otherwise, the only way it gets changed is by the voters.
Excuse me, a point of order. Point of order. The last thing I heard the vice mayor say was that she would call to question after she finished.
Yeah, I didn't.
But she didn't call the question, and there was she recognized Councilmember Bond, and I was answering that question.
We are voting, and I need to be clear on what we are voting, because we discussed the version that Dave explained.
Well, so the item, so I'm corrected, the item that is before you would provide that you are able to make changes with regards to everything except the rate. And the rate could only be changed up or down by the voters.
So what we're voting on is what you presented to us, or it's different?
No,
I would like us to go with what was presented to us. And we
The presentation that was after us should have been the presentation and the discussion with the documents that are on the public. And if you didn't read that, that is each council problem.
Well, I think as we discussed it in there, it wasn't clear to me what the majority of the council prefers. But if you just vote on it the way it is, then you can change various aspects, but you can't change the rate, either
Okay.
up or down. That's the way it reads currently.
Okay, that is, like Council Member Willetts.
I just have a question too.
Yeah, I'll try to, the motion, as the maker of the motion, the one that I moved is the agenda document that I'm reading from our website that was published, that includes on, forgive me, y'all, on page 14, section 13.58.28, City Council authority to amend, and it reads as follows. The City Council has the right and authority to amend this chapter, thank you, screen falling asleep, to further its purpose and intent, including but not limited to amendments for more more efficient administration as determined by the city council in any manner that does not increase a tax rate or otherwise constitute a tax increase for which voter approval is required by Article 13C of the California Constitution pursuant to Section 9217 of the California Elections Code. However, the City Council shall not have the authority to decrease the tax imposed by this chapter, and any such decrease in the tax imposed by this chapter shall require the approval of the majority of the city's voters voting on such a manner. That is the one that I'm voting on. That is the one that I understand is the section that we were discussing that's been the subject of debate.
Okay, and so let's call for the vote. If there is no other question.
Discussed there?
No.
Yeah.
That is, he just read it, it's clear.
Okay.
So if there is no more further question, thank you for the clarification. And so now we are ready to vote with Councilmember Willis making the motion and second by Councilmember McLaughlin. Thank you.
Councilmember Bada.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And so we are making an announcement that because we couldn't discuss the budget here, we are calling for a special meeting before next Tuesday budget meeting. So we will release the information.
Is it Monday?
You're saying you're going to have, so do you want, on Monday, you have a meeting on a date certain?
Yes.
You can adjourn this meeting to that date.
So we want to adjourn this meeting to the special meeting on Monday.
It's an adjourned regular meeting.
Adjourned regular meeting to a special meeting, or
Doesn't need to be a special.
Okay, adjourned regular meeting to Monday, June 24, 4:30 p.m. Thank you.
4:30.